till about 12:15, like an hour and a bit. It's time to make up for some lost time and just dive into Dwarfs. What do you guys think, chat? The unfortunate thing is that Stone's gonna miss this, but insert Jumanji meme. God, it is 325. I'm assuming you were actually asking and not just inserting a Jumanji meme. It is the year 325 late winter, 24th of Obsidian. We are about to get some paperwork. But, you know, there's a dwarf running around tantruming, apparently. We've had some pretty consistent tantrums for a little bit. But project for today is we are working on this. We caved this sucker in yesterday. And then there was 2 oopsie layers that didn't get properly caved in, so I'm fixing those. So we got to fix those, and then we're going to channel down around this, finish digging out the rest of these, and then work our way down to the bottom. So I'm actually just going to queue this up to be dug out on lower priority. And then we are going to crank up the priority entirely. But I basically, because like there was some confusion right when my stream went down about that clip that I posted. TLDR, the reason I don't like that clip and the reason I don't like that kind of stream is that is the majority of this website now. That is what the majority of the people on this website aspire to be, because that is the biggest, most popular type of content on this website now. So what I was trying to communicate with showing that clip is that is the single-handed reason why I don't particularly want to associate with the rest of this community anymore. Coffee killed the stream? I mean, though, it's a really powerful coffee machine if it was able to black out half of a city. Some really powerful nuclear coffee right there. Love a cup of that. But that's what I was trying to just explain and kind of communicate with sharing that clip is there's just large parts of this community now that I just don't want to associate with anymore. And I miss the days when I did, because those days were nice. And yeah, that's basically it. Can I get you? Okay, no. So I have to go there. Up here. All right, so there is stuff there and there. I'll zoom in a little bit so this is easier to see. Does this go all the way around? No, it does not. So I can nuke you there and there. Yeah, both of you. That's one. Then we got all of this one over here to do. Down here, you can be built up by one. Coffee to rule them all, and in darkness, bind them, you know? How is Longdeath? Longdeath is pretty all right. My power, on the other hand, likes to go out without notice at random. I try to be back, yeah. But generally, Longdeath right now is doing all right. The population is a little bit low, so if I were to be concerned about anything, enjoy your lurks, Epion. We can also just talk about that game that we're talking about in DMs if you want. Like, you don't have to be so covert about it. But it's very much just kind of sustaining in Longdeath these days. It's a lot of just trying to keep things going, you know? Like, my soft goal is 500 years, but I actually want to get to that Millennium, the namesake of the fort. So currently we are working on a very large obsidian farm, which is going to eventually rebuild most of the fortress into obsidian. Also, spring has arrived, and hopefully nobody dies of old age. But yeah, so power is back. Hopefully it stays back, and hopefully we can just have a normal stream from here forward, because that would be cool. I really don't want to have to, you know, do this again, you know? I did. There was an at everyone, unless you missed it. I'm pretty sure that everybody who was going to come in from Discord already came in from Discord. Did they say what was going on with the power? I didn't check, so I don't know. I'll be honest. I mean, the last time it was a literal bird. Okay, no dwarves died of old age. No merchants died of old age. Good. Last time we had power like this, or the power went out like this, it was literally a bird's nest caught fire in one of the power transformers, and they had to remove it and put a fire out. But that was like also the first rainy, windy day that we'd had in after a record period of dry, hot, sunny weather. So, you know. Took 2 hours to calculate files. Oh boy. I mean, backing up stuff and recovering data is always a very long, arduous time to calculate, and then it's done in like 10 minutes. Because none of the data is actually that big. It just takes forever to find it. Yeah, so I have no idea what the power outage was today. All I know is that, like, power went out, I sat here for about 10 minutes, and then I just took the dog for a walk. So I've taken the dog for a walk now. All right, fine. I will, for the people who don't understand what that means. I'm not doing another at everyone or here, though. Sheesh. I don't understand why it took you 10 minutes to figure out that, yo, power's back up in the announcements room. Doesn't mean that you should click the stream thing, but we're back, though. But yeah, I don't think it'll go out again. Usually, if it's going to go out again, it goes up pretty quickly. I mean, if you're depending on Twitch notifications, you're doing it the wrong way. I mean, the actual reason why most people don't get Twitch notifications actually arriving is because ad blockers block them. So if you have any kind of ad blocker, you probably never see them. I only just recently figured that out and then disabled the ad block, or the pop-up blocker that I have for Twitch specifically. Because I was curious, and then I started seeing them again. Because even though I avoid using excessive amounts of ad blocks, I do definitely have a pop-up blocker. I live in an apartment, so you can't have a generator. That's, you know, unfortunately, I live on a city grid in a pretty metro-heavy area, so you literally can't do that. Otherwise, I would be starting I would have started a goal after the last one. But I mean, the actual thing that we need for blind is I don't know, more people to tune in. I think that's infinitely more important than a generator. Generator doesn't get me more views, man. Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, even if I had a generator, I probably wouldn't have internet. So, thanks for the host. Cheers. Those hosts do help. Congratulations, you're the only channel that's hosting me now. Okay, let's keep working on the bits that got missed. Although, I need to prioritize these up. That's what I need to do. That's the mistake I'm making. And then there's also stuff over here. So I can do this. These are the oopsies that we missed during construction yesterday. Thanks to the host basket. Yeah, that'll do. I need to build another stairway up on this side. That's right, I can do that one last. But, you know, let's say power's back now, so it doesn't matter. Power, he is back. So, I've been talking with a few people. No names mentioned, chat. Oh, Cave Swallow's fighting with the ball of fire in the basement. I've been talking with a few people about Sword of the Stars, the Pit. And, because I was talking with some people after the stream ended yesterday. What the fuck just collapsed, exactly? Oh, I know what collapsed. Someone just died, probably. Oh, I see. You and you. There was a chunk there that was not supported by anything. I'll come back, Jimmy. Now the question is, are there more things, are there more spots that aren't supported by anything? And also, did anybody die? Nope, just a cow and a cat died. From the looks of things, everybody else seems to be okay. Whew. All right. Anyway, hold on. Let's actually do this, because this will show me if there's any areas that will collapse. Doesn't look like it. So we should be good to go. Anyway, yeah, looks like they all made it out okay. Well, I had somebody on the Discord state, or in chat state, that it wasn't clear enough that I was live again after the power came back around. So I figured I would post a second post stating that yes, I am indeed live. I can tell you right now, my internet is tied to the power grid, sucks. But anyway, in regards to Sword of the Stars, the Pit, and that weird early access thing that I played last night, I have this feeling that that developer puts out games based on what is popular at that exact moment, without a huge amount of thought based into the marketing of it, and just kind of hopes that the game takes off based on that. I mean, they've made some great games in the past, but no, you are the only one, cutest. Based on other things that I've seen other people saying about their games, and yeah, I figured you were just parodying the post. But hey, Rom, what's up? I kind of am just of the opinion now that they just seem to see other things' success and try and tag along with it. And it's kind of weird. Whether they're doing it maliciously and knowingly or unknowingly, like, that just kind of seems to be their business model, and it's bizarre. The more I look at it, it just seems bloody bizarre. Yeah, well, we knew that. I mean, they made Sword of the Stars, right? Which is a, like, if you ever played... The elves are here to trade, so we'll follow them. Have you ever played Sins of a Solar Empire? The original Sword of the Stars is very akin to that. I never played it myself, but I had a friend who was very into it a while ago. Well, I got a bunch of vandalism charges against Radio Free Olive that I didn't realize. All right, well, let's put you in prison for a bit. Where is... Oh, it's still Tiny Goliath, I think. So you're going to go beat a criminal and then lock him up, I hope. 85 days in prison, that'll do. But the original Sword of the Stars was a fabulous little space 4X for its time. And then the sequel, to my knowledge, never actually got finished. Like, quite literally never got finished. And then they put out a couple of shovelware titles, and then they put out Sword of the Stars, The Pit, and then added a bunch of DLC to it after it did quite well. And then from what I can tell, they just pumped out a bunch of very odd shovelware games that are oddly close, like relative to the games that came out around that time or movies that came out around that time. Like they put out a kaiju game around the same time Godzilla came out, which I think is very odd. Stuff like that. Fell to a forgotten beast made of flame and set everything on fire underground. You couldn't see it to kill it. Yeah, that's flamey beasts tend to do that sometimes. You really need shields and good dodging skill to fight them. And they evaporate water, so you can't even like dump water on them. I'm doing pretty well. I've been in the office this week after a long time in home office. Is the office like a pleasant experience after spending so much time in the home office? Or is it like crappy to be back? I hope it's been a good experience. I hope things have been smooth. I've been doing all right. I've had some time off this month. I took a long weekend, and I've had some extra days, and I had a surprise half day today due to, well, you know, the power going out. But aside from that, I'm doing all right. I wish the power would stay. I hope the power stays on, and then I'll be better. But you know, just playing weird games, having a good time, enjoying things. Generally, I've got a interview with the developer of Rift Wizard coming out sometime in the next week or so, which should be good, I think. So, like, are you looking for tips on how to kill flamey beasts then, Jax, or is this just kind of a general venting? Because I understand the pain of that kind of thing, but generally my experience when it comes to fiery beasts is good shields, long periods of training, and then just pray and get them into close quarters. Or lock it in a room and forget about it. Any news on the Steam release? Are you asking me for a release date? Because I don't have one, if that's what you're asking for. Most recent news was some gameplay that was posted on last Thursday. It's good stuff. Hell yeah, Brander. I'm glad somebody listens to those in the audio format. I don't know. I think because I'm going to start doing the like Patreon voicemails thing. So you're going to get my little rambles. I'm going to be asking you guys some specific things about those interviews and if you guys want things done differently. It'll be interesting. We'll make that work. But yeah, no, that's going to go up in video format soonish. I'm about, I don't know, 30% done in the editing, I would say. It's not going to take me as long as some of the other ones I've done, so. But yeah, in regards to the Steam release, I mean, like, I know as much as you do. Especially if you watch the Steam news videos that I put up, I know as much as you do. There is no secret or behind-the-scenes information that I know that nobody else knows. All that information is public, so it is TBA, and that's basically it. I have a few suspicions, but no more suspicions than you guys can already guess. Oh, one cool thing. I bought tickets to see one of my favorite bands, which is cool, this morning. It's not till February, but I get to go see Holy Fuck, which I'm very excited about. So you would really like to be in a squad. So Tiny, I think we are going to remove you from your job as Captain of the Guard. Tiny Goliath has been my Captain of the Guard for probably like 100 years in-game, I want to say. And I need a new Captain of the Guard. The reason we need a new Captain of the Guard is because Tiny has been my mayor for the past couple of years, and so now we need a new Captain of the Guard. So I think I'm going to give it to Quevinair. Quevinair can have the Captain of the Guard's office and everything, all that jazz. And take over that role. Where are you? There you are. What do you still need? You need a dining room. Didn't I just give you a dining room? I swear I just gave you a dining room. No, I didn't. Gave you a seat. All right. You are now more than happy. So we now have a new captain of the guard. And Radio Free Olive is in prison and hates it. But yeah, I'm not some sneaky cool insider or anything. I'm just a guy who reads the newsletters, so. One thing I will say in regards to Dwarf Fortress is I'm going to be reaching out to Tarn Adams to see if he wants to be on the stream again, which he's already agreed to. It's just a matter of when he has time. But I'm going to be reaching out to Tarn in the next 2 weeks to ask if he wants to be on the stream again. I kind of want to have him on the stream sometime mid to late November. So maybe there will be some news then. Maybe we can get a progress update. The last progress update was like all of Adventure Mode still needs to be done. All of Legends Mode and it still needs to be done. So that's, you know, doesn't take a genius to figure out that that's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Ah, fuck. I'm the one literate. I read that as liberate, and I was like, what the fuck does liberate mean? I was very confused by that for a second there. I am the one literate peasant in the village. I don't know if I'd give myself that much credit. I mean, you've heard me talk. Do I sound literate to you? Upstairs. All right. Well, they keep digging. I know the news? Nah, I'm a fucking... I don't know. There is very insulting terms for what I do for a living. That I could say about myself, but... Oh no, they found the cow that died on the 1st of spring. Cow died of old age. R.I.P. cow. You were a good cow. We got milk and probably made cheese with it. Rest in peace, good cow. It was also one of the named pet cows. That's not... There was him a diamond. It was like tip of the hat. Like, hello, how are you? Haas was saying hi, not saying I'm you. Not saying you're me. What? Say figurative speech, sir. Anything else bring anything interesting? They bought a dingo. That's it. Just a dingo. Well, I guess I'll trade for some nuts and almonds and pecans and apricots and plums that I can't get here. This carbon in need of crystal formation. I don't know customs. This is true. You are indeed a carbon in form of crystal foundation. This is confusing for streamer, though. Can't you just be you? Why has everybody got to be somebody else? It makes life so much more complicated. Shit would be just so much easier if everybody was just themselves. Anyway, in other news, did you guys know that FaZe Clan is going public? So you can buy stocks in FaZe Clan. I learned this while I was on my break. I was looking at Reddit. And discovered an exciting reality. That the one and only FaZe Clan is going public. Which I think is kind of hilarious. Also, they are valued at $1 billion, which is 1/4 of what Disney paid for Star Wars, which is kind of crazy. So maybe don't invest in FaZe stocks, but maybe do. I don't know. I'm not a financial advisor. But what I will say is I think that that is really funny. Like, genuinely really, really funny. Chad, if you were given the opportunity, would you invest in FaZe Clan? I need to unironically ask this question without laughing, which is difficult. But, in what now? Have you never heard of FaZe Clan wave depletion? Come on, you're an old guy like me. Never heard of FaZe Clan? Call of Duty esports clan that is merging with a company that is that places them with a value of over $1 billion. Oh no, people are fighting. That sucks. Hopefully not too much. Oh, I know. I'm more just like joking and trying to, you know, start conversations about things that aren't my power going out. So I'm actually kind of shocked that you've never heard of FaZe Clan. Like, I have no interest in Call of Duty or Call of Duty esports, and I know exactly who FaZe Clan is. Because they are impossible to avoid. They're just, like, you play almost any competitive game, and they're just everywhere. You browse Twitch, and they're there, too. Like, they're just kind of there. Like, they're impossible to avoid. I don't know. To me, this is very similar to, like, yo, did you know that you can invest in Roblox now? This is kind of similar to that story that happened on the news a while ago. When it was just like, yo, did you know that you can invest in Roblox and buy Roblox stocks? Now it's like, did you know that you can invest in a Call of Duty clan? I don't know. It's just, it's funny to say, and it makes me happy. FaZe Clan, not Face Clan. Also, Face Clam is my new FaZe Clan parody band. Because they have a rapper in the FaZe Clan, so. Free's going to prison too. Man, everybody's tantruming. Yes, I am indeed back, Thranjor. I am indeed back. Fortunately enough, I am back. Steamed clams? Yes, very much steamed clams. So, just so that you know, my stream team Halcyon Frequency is not going public, but you can invest in Halcyon Frequency by subscribing to every single member of Halcyon Frequency and using our emotes all over the place and telling people to watch those cool streamers on Halcyon Frequency. I'm just saying, we're not the lifestyle brand that FaZe Clan is or 100 Thieves is, but hey, we're pretty cool and we play cool games, so, you know. That's my actual angle with this. Is, oi, you don't know who FaZe Clan is, that's fine, but I exist. Can you imagine having enough money to be able to do that? Good lord. Somebody knows who FaZe Clan is here, jeez. I thought I was some weird, like, newfangled child for knowing who FaZe Clan is. Also, yeah, I'm back. Power's back. It's been back for a little bit. You're reading the wiki on FaZe? I'm sorry, what have I done? I've subjected you to some awful information. I apologize. Cleaning up oopsies. Gotta love cleaning up oopsies. They're not even neatly lined up, which would make this a lot easier and quicker. Face Clam sounds like a psychedelic porn crumpet song. Maybe not a band, but... Okay, so you're like me then, Rob. I was past middle school by that point, but I definitely had a lot of friends that were way into that shit. Like, I definitely had that one friend who said he was good enough at Battlefield that he could play it for phase. And ironically, he probably was good enough. He was pretty fucking good. He didn't really do much else, but he was pretty fucking good at that video game. To me, I just think it's crazy. I guess it just that combined with like the Twitch leaks just shows how weird and wild and all over the place this industry is. You know, it's kind of like on one hand, like indie band that used to be really cool signs to a big label, and then on the other hand, a minute later you have another indie band just like refusing to sign to labels because they just rip everybody off. It's kind of that kind of situation. It's just this weird, like, this business is all over the fucking place. It's kind of cool. I don't know. Kind of cool. But it also proves that the best way to actually make money in this industry is to not stream. It's to sell T-shirts, because that's really what FaZe Clan is these days. They're not like a esports team. I mean, they are, but that's like a very small part of their business. They're primarily a T-shirt brand. They're like Thrasher, you know, like something that kids wear, basically. So, I don't know. Very similar to a lot of those old skateboard brands that people I knew growing up were way into. Not too dissimilar to shops like West 49 and all that. It's like that's the generation that we're at now is groups like FaZe Clan are like the equivalent of boy bands from a couple decades ago. It's fascinating. I don't know. It's weird. I'm wondering who's next. Who's going to be the next team like that? To like, when is Team Liquid going to merge with some big brand that gives them that level of money to be able to do that, you know? Like, how much is Team Liquid worth? I don't know. As somebody who was way into esports for a while and watched a lot of StarCraft for a bit, and a whole bunch of League of Legends for a bit, and quite a bit of Dota, it's really got the gears in my brain turning because I'm like suddenly weirdly curious about this. Not because I want to invest in any of them, but because I'm curious about if this is going to be the norm going forward, you know? Like these esports companies just getting bought out by very, very, very large brands. You always thought that they would buy an esports team? I mean, it's actually kind of genius if you think about it, because with an esports team, you have a whole lot of eyeballs on a lot of people that just kind of fund themselves. Like, largely, more successful streamers just kind of fund themselves to a degree, right? Like, you don't really need to pay a streamer a salary, right? But if you can sign them to a contract where you give them a small portion of money from T-shirt sales, right? Because I've had half a dozen companies like this reach out to me over the years, right? Nobody anywhere near as cool as like a fucking, you know, Dignitas or FaZe Clan, or even somebody like I don't know. I've never had anybody actually cool reach out to me, but I've had a number of smaller, more shady orgs like that reach out to me over the years, and they all seem to have the same business model, which is, we have this channel, we have a YouTube channel that has some viewership, and you can stream on our channel once a week for 4 hours to promote yourself, and you get a small portion of these T-shirt sales, and it's always a very small portion. And we will also sell T-shirts with your branding on it through our store, and we'll promote you on our website and send you a free jersey and some merch, and we'll find you roomies for conventions That was always kind of the deal. Some of them involved a small salary or a signing bonus, but generally, my experience with those teams is they're all kind of that, right? So if you have a group of, let's just say, 50 people that all pull in a decent sized audience, that is a massive amount of free marketing that you get, right? And then if you can sell a lot of merchandise to these people through these people, it's practically a no-cost business because all of your independent contractors that are signed to your label, I guess, or team, just make money for you for free, practically. Like, and you don't really need to pay them that much because, and this is like more for the smaller teams, not so much for these bigger guys. These bigger guys are getting salaries, but for these smaller teams, like, largely, they don't pay them because they're getting promotion and merch sales for them, and they're getting a portion of the merch sales. But that team's just walking away with money. That they're doing almost nothing to earn. And a lot of these teams, they will go out and they will look for sponsors for the whole team, and they find that, and then they pocket 60% and then distribute the rest of the 40 to everybody else, or sometimes even worse cuts. And that's just kind of the norm. And I have this weird feeling that this industry is going to go one of two ways in the future. Option A, everybody has to be signed to one of those, or option B, they disappear. And I've been thinking for a while that they were going to disappear because Twitch has done a lot of, like, Twitch specifically, and YouTube as well, has done quite a bit of clamping down and changing of the way networks work and these big overlapping umbrella organizations that, as far as I'm concerned, are practically pyramid schemes in a lot of cases for the smaller ones. I was always expecting them to disappear. So to me, this very much legitimizes a portion of this industry that I kind of am shocked that it's getting that. Like, yes, they're very good at making money, but I guess I'm just curious to see how many people invest in them. I'm very curious to see where it goes, because as somebody who is part of this industry and has some question marks about this industry as much as I love what I do, that shit scares me. Like, it scares the piss out of me. So you've had pro gamers. I mean, I almost bought a motherboard at one point, which had, but I ended up going with a different one. It was whether or not I went with AMD or Intel, and I ended up going with Intel, so I didn't get this motherboard. I got a different one, but I almost bought a motherboard that had a Fnatic CSGO player on the box. So absolutely, they have pro gamers appearing on branded computer parts. Absolutely. That is 100% a thing. But, you know, I guess I've always kind of envisioned this industry going the way of being more independent and more free, I guess. And all I see those big groups doing is locking people down, and I'm not a fan of that. But, you know, I guess some other people don't agree. So anyway, if you guys want to talk about other things, this is just the thing that's been on my mind, or the thing that was on my mind while I was, you know, sitting here with my power out. So if you guys have anything else you want to talk about, feel free to talk at me about something. I'm more than open to talking about it. Right now, the dwarves are just kind of, the same state we've been in for a while. We've got some dwarves tantruming, and that's pretty much it. So there's not too much to talk about gameplay-wise right now, so I need something to ramble about. So anybody who wants to help me with that would be much appreciated. Especially considering, like, stream went offline at a not normal time and came back online at a not normal time, so there's not going to be as many people here regardless, so. I need something to fill dead air. Where are you going? That way, up to there. I mean, I haven't looked at spoilers. I'm familiar with what the updates are. I kind of want to do one of those, a roleplay playthrough, but I'm pretty stacked for other games that I want to play right now. That update just kind of came out at a bad time for me. But I'll play it most likely in November. Just take a couple days aside. Once I'm done with the Halloween fort that I'm doing over the weekend, which will be done by the 31st, then I will have more time to mess around with other things like Caves of Cud. No, I haven't watched Dune yet, and I'm not going to watch Dune. I talked about this the other day. I was going to watch Dune. Very much was planning to watch Dune, even. But then I learned something about Dune that made me completely uninterested in Dune, and I have absolutely no interest in seeing that movie now. So instead, I rewatched The Arrival, which is a very good movie. You should watch it. Just rewatch WALL-E. I should do that too, actually. WALL-E's a good movie. Although, that's a Disney property, which means I probably don't actually have a way of watching it legally. So maybe I won't rewatch WALL-E. Can I elaborate on that? It's a part 1. I don't want to watch a part 1. I want to watch a movie. And I've read enough responses to that movie that I don't want to see it until part 2 is available to be seen. And they've already confirmed a part 2. Will I watch it when part 2 comes out? Potentially, if people like part 2. But there is nothing I despise more about modern filmmaking than the inability to create a satisfying story. James Bond is a perfectly good example with that. It's going to be a trilogy? Yeah, I do not care to watch it until the trilogy's done. Like, literally, that is my biggest fucking pet peeve. I fucking hate that. I absolutely fucking hate that. Make a movie. Don't make a half of a movie. Like, that just fucking sucks. I don't understand why people like that. Like, make a 5-part series if you have too much content. Make a 10-part series. You know, we live in a world now where you can do that, and it can be profitable. Do that. Stop this fucking, I need to make a movie, and then need to make another movie. Like, I don't understand why it's not just, like, an overwhelmingly negative response to that. And, like, we were talking about this yesterday, but people were saying, oh, it's because, like, you know, Dune's too big for one movie. So don't start at the beginning. You know, we've been doing this for forever. Isn't that the same thing? I mean, like, do it like a television show. Lower the budget if you have to. Do it that way. If you have too much content and you can't fit it in a movie, don't do it in that format. It's not suited for that format. You know, ironically, that I'm stupid catch got you pretty well there. Yeah, Anders. It actually fits quite funnily. Yeah, basically. And yeah, no. Also, in order for me to watch it, I would have to either steal it or go to a movie theater, which frankly I'd have zero interest in doing. Or I would have to subscribe to cable to get HBO Go, because as far as I can tell, I don't think there's another way. If there is another way, please tell me. But in Canada, as far as I can tell, HBO Now or HBO Go or whatever the fuck they call it isn't available unless you have a cable subscription. So there is no way for me to watch it at a price that I see as reasonable. So I will not go. I wouldn't see it anyway. I would need to wait for it to be available for rental elsewhere on other platforms. Also, Patchwork, what's up? I mean, at the end of the day, like, big film studios these days, just sort of like Ram said, big film studios don't see People at big film studios don't see a single movie, make money. If it does well, make sequel. They plan for sequel before they've made the first one, and that shit just irks me. Like I don't want to support it with my money. I'm sorry. I don't. Like, I'm interested in Dune. I would love to watch Dune. I liked the first book of Dune. I never read any of the others, but I listened to the first one on audiobook and I like it. And I would like to see a good Dune film. But they don't need to tell the entirety of the story of Dune to make a good Dune movie. And the fact that they think that they do is sad. Oh, Wall-E I could rent, yeah. If I wanted to rent Wall-E, I could rent Wall-E, yeah. But I don't feel like renting Wall-E. Maybe, like, if it was on Netflix, I'd rewatch Wall-E, but I don't feel like paying $5 to rewatch Wall-E. Or $6.99. Probably how much they charge. Like, they are planning on making another Mad Max. Mad Max is a movie that's going to get sequels. But it was a good, satisfying tale in that period of time. I guess, like, the art form of, like, current TV is, can you make a satisfying film that also has space for a sequel? And if you can't make a satisfying film that also has space for a sequel, and the majority of the responses I'm seeing for it was just building up, or it was just getting good, yeah, I have no interest in watching it until that sequel is available. And if that sequel gives a good payoff, then at that point I'd marathon the two of them once they're out on for rental. But otherwise I just don't want to support it. Like, I genuinely don't understand why people would. Like, it's just not how I want to watch movies. Of course they can. I mean, like, more people, like, I feel like an idiot saying this, but more people need to learn from Star Wars. And I'm not talking about current Star Wars, I'm talking about original Star Wars. George Lucas wrote a big story and then picked the most exciting, interesting, self-contained chunk from the middle of it and made a movie out of it. You know, and that's what you've got to do with a book. Like, and like I was saying this yesterday, it's like if they didn't have the budget to pre-film all three of Lord of the Rings movies, what they should have done is just made a Helm's Deep movie, because there's enough going on with just specifically Helm's Deep that they could have done that. They could have just made a movie about Helm's Deep. But, you know, they didn't need to do that because they pre-made all of those movies. Yeah, exactly. And if they're, like, I stayed pretty spoiler-free for that movie, for Dune specifically. Like, I paid zero attention to the marketing. I watched one trailer and got pretty excited. And what I was expecting them to do, because I was under the impression that it was a self-contained film, because that's what everything around the outside led on to it being. And now suddenly that it sounds like, oh, it's actually a trilogy. It's like, this feels like a fucking bait and switch. Like, if it's not misleading marketing, then I don't know what it is. I don't think they will, based on the lineups I've seen out of the local movie theater here. They got you. I mean, it's effective marketing. The only, legitimately the only reason they didn't get me was I have Twitch chat to tell me that the ending of that movie wasn't satisfying. I mean, I kind of, like, at the very least, what I will say is the general consensus that I've seen from people is that this movie is well shot and a very pleasant viewing experience. Like, it's, from what I can tell, it's a good movie, but I don't want an unsatisfying ending. No, it wasn't marketed as Dune Part 1. It was marketed as Dune 2020 and then Dune 2021. That's how it was marketed. It was not marketed as Dune Part 1. I never saw a single trailer marketing it as Dune Part 1. Like, it's for the same reason that, like, I was I don't know. I can't do this anymore. I can't. I mean, maybe some people can, but I can't. Um, Sorry, this is not the most exciting gameplay. I'm just fixing mistakes from yesterday. Because we did a big old cave-in yesterday. We're going to do another one today, but I need to do it in such a way this time that it doesn't cause me problems. Fixing oopsies. You know, the way I see it is this. When it comes to marketing, you find a gimmick that works, that makes a lot of money, and you do it until people get pissed off and stop paying attention to the thing because the marketing is so obnoxious, right? And when it comes to advertisements, it's very much the same thing. You advertise as much as you fucking can until people get too annoyed to deal with it, right? We're kind of feeling that on the internet, which is why you see a lot of people pushing back against ads. And I'm starting to feel that with films because I've started to feel like, oh, this isn't a self-contained interesting story now. You're just wasting my time. You didn't actually know it came out until colleagues mentioned they were going to see it, and you didn't even know what it was about or if it was based on anything. Wait, for you, Rom? About Dune? Okay, well, I mean, if you're not familiar with the book series, then yeah, that would make sense. Oh, does anybody remember, oh, fuck, what's the name of that movie? That Guy of Mars? Shit. John Carter? Was that the name of it? Yeah. That 2012 movie. John Carter of Mars. You know, that was a sign up for a sequel. That movie ends on a cliffhanger for a sequel. Expecting a sequel. This movie. Another book series. Same thing, in my opinion. Obviously, Dune is more widely beloved than John Carter of Mars is. But same bullshit. At the very least, this one's actually getting another movie made. They've confirmed a part 2. But if they marketed it as Dune Part 1, I wouldn't have had any interest in it. But I never saw a single thing suggesting that it was a Part 1. So I am at this point and won't see. Because my time is worth more than that. So instead, I will simply rewatch other movies that I already know that I like. What's my opinion on The Matrix 2 then? Matrix 1, 2, and 3 were filmed at the same time. Also, The Matrix 1 is a self-contained, interesting, entertaining, fun movie by itself. Self-contained from the other 2 films. Right? So the idea is you make it's the same thing about Star Wars Episode 4. Star Wars Episode 4 by itself is an exciting, self-contained, fun film that you can watch by itself, completely in a vacuum, without any of the other Star Wars movies existing, and it is a fine movie. You don't hear me talking about the Star Trek movies very often because they did this shit. They're not entertaining, fun, self-contained movies, with the exception of Star Trek 4, The Journey Home, and that's pretty much it. Like, you don't hear me talking about the Star Trek movies very often. The new ones are entertaining, fun, self-contained films. They're not very good Star Trek films, but they're entertaining, fun, self-contained films. I never even saw that Ghost in the Shell movie because I heard it was terrible. The recent one, anyway. I watched the anime movie. Yes, because they'd already announced Matrix 3 at that point, right? So here's the difference between The Matrix and this, right, Ghost? The Matrix 1 is a self-contained, entertaining, fun, satisfying movie in a vacuum. Everything I've heard about Dune is not the case. I've not, like, literally, the general consensus is it's a fine movie to watch, but it's got an obnoxious cliffhanger. Like, the movie was just getting going, and then there was a cliffhanger. It was just getting good, and then the cliffhanger happened. There's no cliffhanger at the end of The Matrix. There's, like, he flies towards the camera, and that could just be a fuck yeah ending, and the movie ends there, and it never continues, and that would have been fine. But then they continued it, and that's also fine. But they'd already announced the third one when the second one came out, so people knew what they were in for. Different situation. If this was a self-contained, entertaining movie with a part 2 planned, I'd be interested in going to see it. But I'm not. Literally, Neo flies at the camera and punches it is how it ends. Spoilers for The Matrix. I don't understand how you think that these are the same situation. Oh, I thought you were talking about the live action one. Okay. Because, like, I've seen the original one, and the original one's a movie. Although Akira's better. Yeah, exactly. Which doesn't work in a movie format. You have to adopt the... Anyway, I don't know. I've done Marvel. I burnt out on Star Wars. I fucking hate... Like, legit, I've gone through, like, a period of emotions with Marvel over the past decade where I went from loving the comics and adoring the movies to enjoying the comics and kind of being tired of the movies to despising the movies and now despising the comics. Which isn't something I enjoy, because, like, I like, you know, enjoying things that I like. And I don't like seeing things that I like being burned to the ground and slowly marketed into oblivion. And maybe I'm wrong with this. Maybe part 2 will be phenomenal and absolutely have a payoff. And at that point, I will watch both movies. But without that, yeah, I don't care. Just, it's not worth my time. I'm not even being contrarian. There's just no logical reason to see it. It's half a movie. Half of a really slow movie, from what I've been told. Like, for example, I adore Blade Runner 2049. I've been told from multiple people that this movie is slower than Blade Runner. One of my friends who very much enjoys Blade Runner said that this movie felt slow and didn't think that Blade Runner 2049 felt slow. So, shorten the fucking movie and fit more in there. If you're releasing a movie that's almost 3 hours long, the least you can do is have a satisfying ending. Even James Bond is capable of that. But, anyway. To be clear, I fucking love Dune. Just don't want to be left with half of a good movie. That's basically it. Although I feel like people complaining about films based on movies is a tale as old as time. A TV show is a completely different thing because you get another episode next week. It's a completely different format that isn't comparable, cutest. Right? Then it's not good film-wise. I mean, it can be a well-shot movie. Like, technically, I would, without a doubt, probably agree, without even seeing Dune, that it's probably a very well-shot movie, because that director's work is phenomenal. But the quality, like, of the movie doesn't really hinge on one part. That's like saying it's a beautiful house. The paint, it was just repainted. It doesn't matter if you have no foundation, right? Like, you need to have something. Well, then that's on you then. Like, if you're watching pilot episodes of TV shows that never got going, that's on you. Yeah, I will never pay to see a movie that feels like that. And if you think that that is acceptable for your time and your money, by all means, go out of your way to go see it. I have no interest in being fucking blue-balled by another film company. Like, don't give me half of a movie. And I'm not going to pay more than the cost of two indie games to go see a movie in theaters. And I sure as fuck am not signing up for 6 months of cable to watch it on HBO over streaming. Fuck that. So, no, I'm not going to see Dune. If I get really stoned one evening and it's available for rent for $5 and the sequel's not out yet, I might watch it out of curiosity, but no, I definitely will not pay. And also, on the flip side, I don't want to steal it because I still have to watch a movie that's gonna have an unsatisfying ending. I don't understand why people tolerate this kind of crap from film. Like, why do you let film companies abuse you like this and then act like nothing's wrong? I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm being a very controversial figure here with this ramble, but I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be, you know? Like, another pretty good example I would say is The Godfather. The Godfather's a phenomenal, long, slow film with a beginning, middle, and end, and a satisfying story throughout. It then ends, and there is a part 2 that came out, which is also a phenomenal movie that stands on its own. It's benefited from seeing the first one, but you could just watch The Godfather Part 2 and be quite satisfied with it on its own without any connection to the first. Another example is Kill Bill. Kill Bill ends with a cliffhanger, but they'd already filmed the second one. So, you know, it's just... D-A-M-N is how you spell damn, not D-A-M-I-N. God Damon is what you wrote. Just so that you're aware of that, Diamond. Also, sure, God damn it, Diamond. I guess at this point, like, the wider public is more accepting of annoying practices in filmmaking than I am. So, I guess I just kind of get to live with that. It's a good thing I'm not a film critic. Put it that way. Otherwise, I'd be the guy that hates Dune. All right. That was some ramble. I mean, I asked for a different topic that wasn't like streaming business, so I think you guys got that much from it at the very least. Next topic to ramble. Yeah, we need more content to grind out here. All right. What do you mean by caught into the thing? I mean, you didn't. It's not like you made me want to watch it or anything, but like, I mean, I was just as excited as anybody else to see the early marketing for that movie, you know? But like, I mean, we can continue talking about the subject if you want, but I don't know. Movies are, I don't want to say supposed to be, but ideally a self-contained story, right? And if your movie is going to be a series, you should market it as such in advance so people know what they're getting into. Otherwise, you're basically like, I don't want to say false advertising because that sounds way worse than it is, but you're essentially like false marketing something to somebody potentially, right? And so for me, hearing that it's something I didn't expect it to be feels like I was marketed to falsely, which never feels good. So it's basically that simple. There we go. Let's see if there's any news on what the power outage was caused by. Wow, it was literally like my street. Oh, it was a motor vehicle incident. Literally, like, I can't show this screenshot, but it's literally like my street, 2 blocks that way, 2 blocks that way, 2 blocks that way. Had no power. Like, quite literally. Quite literally. That is amazing. It's like the most precise power outage I've seen in a while. Prosectra, welcome back. Hi again. I am very perplexed by that whole sentence, but yes, that sounds like marketing. Diamond. Unless you're trying to get a new ramble started. I don't really see a ramble to have there. That's more just like, yep, that is fact. Hi, Squad. What's up? I just feel like standards have dropped a lot. You see with that with games as well. It's now acceptable for a game to have microtransactions as long as they are only cosmetics. A few years ago, it was never accepted. Do you remember when people like got super mad at Street Fighter for having DLC skins on the disc? Do you remember how mad people got? Does anybody else remember how mad people got at Street Fighter for having microtransactions on the disc? The fucking gall of those people, man. They put things on the disc that were included with the game that you bought that they wanted you to buy. Huh. Disgusting. By the way, Overwatch skins, guys. Oh my god. It's funny to me. Shit will never not be amusing. But no, I don't know if it's necessarily standards. I think it's just if a human doesn't like a thing, just keep feeding it to them until they like it. You know? It works with small kids and food, and it works with and it works with adults and products. If they don't like something, just keep feeding it to them until they accept it. Because they will eventually accept it. And when they do, you make all of the money. And I think that people have just been conditioned by Marvel to cheer when there's a stinger at the end of the credits saying that there's going to be a sequel, right? Like, largely, I personally attribute a lot of this to the success of Marvel. Because movies didn't... Like, The Matrix was actually a pretty good example before this. Because movies didn't really do this sort of stuff until then. But at the very least with The Matrix, that first movie... They could never have made a sequel, and that first movie would still be a classic by itself, without anything else, right? But it's relentless pressure from the majority of major publishers. I mean, you could say that, but I think that the relentless, that's kind of the same thing that I just said, you know? It's just aggressive marketing. You just keep marketing the same thing at people, and eventually they'll cave and buy it. Yeah, but I mean, how many games launch with a skin shop already embedded? Like, at that point, you're kind of splitting hairs, right? Like, that's kind of the difference there is you're really splitting hairs. It's like, what's the difference between stuff that's already on the disc and stuff that's already on the server for you to buy? There's really, at least to me, no difference between the two. I know that was the original controversy, but I'd be willing to bet you $1 that if they had servers that you could buy that same shit from, on day one, there would have been the same controversy back then. It doesn't really matter. You think it started with Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I think. I mean, I wasn't a big Harry Potter kid. Now I'm actually thankful for not being a big Harry Potter kid. But yeah, I think that's actually a really good example. I didn't even think about Harry Potter now that you mention it. But I would also state that the thing with Harry Potter, though, is... I mean, I think... I've seen the first 3 movies. And at least the first two I remember being pretty decent self-contained films. Like, I seem to... Maybe I'm misremembering, like, and you guys can disagree with me if you want. I only saw that movie once, and it was a long time ago, but I seem to recall that first Harry Potter movie being a pretty solid, like, self-contained thing. But maybe I'm off base with that. I'm not saying Harry Potter 1 is a better movie than Dune, by the way, because I haven't seen Dune. I'm just saying I'm not interested in seeing a movie that simply sets up for a sequel. And that's like the basis of this whole discussion, is I'm just not interested in watching a movie that's setting up for a sequel. But I don't know. I'd be willing to agree with that. That it started with Lord of the Rings. I mean, could also say it started with Lord of the Rings and was killed by The Hobbit, because I'll be honest, like, The Hobbit for me is the reason I hate this shit so much. It's a combination of The Hobbit and Marvel, but just because of how fucking dirty they did The Hobbit. Like, they did that movie, that book dirty with those movies. Like, that was just, like, bad fucking manners. Like, that was upsetting to watch. Like, fucking Tolkien turned over twice in his grave that day. It was just brutal. So I don't know, man. Which is why I stated the thing that I said earlier today, which is, if it doesn't fit a movie, don't make a movie. Make a TV series where you can do that. You know what else is fucking goddamn slow and boring as shit and doesn't fit a movie franchise? Game of Thrones. I mean, we know how that turned out. But those first 4 seasons were great. With proper planning, you could make that shit work. I mean, trust me, I would love to watch it just for that stuff. But honestly, like I said earlier today, I rewatched The Arrival, because you know what also is an audiovisual treat? The Arrival. You know what also is an audiovisual treat? Blade Runner. You know what's a satisfying movie? Blade Runner. Like, quite literally, like, that was... You know what's also a satisfying audiovisual treat and a complete film from end to end? Annihilation. Also a fantastic movie. Like, just... I don't know. Make good one-off interesting shit. Don't try and convert a beloved book franchise. And, you know... I don't know. I had the false hope that they were smart enough to tell a small portion of Dune's story rather than trying to do the whole thing and put it out into parts, and none of the marketing led on for me to believe that, so. Waterworld? I'm sorry, what? What? What's that? Sorry, it's like blurred out in my chat, Prosectra. What'd you say? Fucking watch Annihilation again. That movie's so fucking good. I was like ranting about how much I love Annihilation last night. Some old guy and Dodek are both fighting. And the funny thing is those are like the 2 dwarves that keep tantruming. Maybe they'll like beat the snot out of each other and like sort this thing out. Are they going to go report crimes on each other? Because that would actually be really funny. Also, oh yeah, right. You're in prison, of course. Waterworld? I don't hate Waterworld. Waterworld's just not very good. Like, like at the beginning of the pandemic, I had this weird like period of time. Like the first like 3 months of the pandemic, I rewatched a lot of movies. I watched the first 30 minutes of Waterworld and then stopped watching Waterworld. Like no weed in the world makes that movie better. That movie's just meh. Like I don't know. We ain't got time to wait 2 years for multi-part movies. I mean, it's more just I would rather watch like, you can make multi-part like, and I guess like that's maybe like, maybe you're like not fully grasping what I'm saying, but like, you can make multi-part movies. I have nothing against multi-part movies, but every part needs to be satisfying on its own, which is why I will use the Star Wars Episode 4 as an example again. That movie is intended as a multi-part thing if it makes money, but started off as a satisfying thing on its own, right? And that's what you have to do. If you start with a satisfying thing on its own, then you can make a sequel, and that can have a cliffhanger, and I'll believe you, because you can make one movie that's satisfying. So if you like it, that's fantastic for you. If you're talking about Waterworld, like I will say Waterworld has some really fucking cool shots in it. As a movie, I don't think it's very good. Like, Waterworld is kind of like James Cameron's Avatar to me. It's a passion project that cost way too much money and has some really neat sequences in it. Is it a good movie I want to rewatch? Not really, but I'll watch it again, maybe one day. Yeah, it has some neat ideas and could have been really cool. It's one of those like misguided passion projects. Like, that's kind of where I put Waterworld in my brain, is it's a misguided passion project that, like, it's cool that it got made. I don't think it was worth the money that they spent on it, but it's cool that it got made. So I am inclined to agree with you, but movie theaters say otherwise, and big budget companies who own the IP say otherwise. Also, just remember, everybody, for those of you who love Dune and the Dune IP, Funcom, game developer, to bring this background to video games, has the exclusive rights to make Dune games from 2021 or from 2020 until 2030. So for 10 years, Funcom has the exclusive rights to that. I mean, I want Mad Max on water as well. That sounds awesome. But, you know. Waterworld is just a weird one. I don't really know what to say about that movie, generally. It's just a weird movie. You think you're worried that nostalgia and remake success, safety have killed marketing new interesting things? I think what's happening, and you know, I think it's I think it's partly that, Tikal, but I think what it also is I think it's the people who are in charge of making the things are making things that they were fans of when they were kids, right? So, what's a 45 to 50-something-year-old exec going to be like? Oh, that's a cool thing that I like, when they see it. Stuff from the 80s, right? What is Funcom? Who is Funcom? Funcom made The Secret World and are probably most recently known for Conan the Barbarian, the survival game, and for publishing that really bad Conan the Barbarian RTS. Basically, it's the game with the dick slider, their survival game. Yeah. So they made an Ark clone in the Conan the Barbarian world. But they've made some MMOs in the past. Some of my friends used to work at that studio, oddly enough. I know nothing. I don't know what Neocon is. What the fuck's Neocon? Hold on, I'm looking up Neocon. I know nothing about that Foundation series because I don't have Apple TV and I've never bothered, so. I have no idea what this is. But yeah, no, Funcom's made a lot of weird shit. Funcom's made a lot of weird shit. They also made the Secret World MMO, which was out a few years ago. Which was decently popular for a minute, I think. Neocron? R? Yeah, I'm still not familiar with this. But more you know. Neocron Evolution. Well, it still exists, apparently. It's still up and running. I've literally never heard of this game, so... All I know is they had an update on the Neocron website that created on the 21st of this month at 4 p.m. that says the unholy pumpkin is in town. Trick or treat, winky face. So, I mean, it exists. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, so those people have the rights to Dune. So Dune Exile? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just want someone to give the rights to Dune to someone who could actually do something cool with it. You know who could probably do, well, make a Dune game in the style of Life is Strange, but maybe don't give it to Don't Nod. Huh. Yeah, that seems odd. I'm not sure where that came from. You can? You could make a cool Dune-inspired game? Epion, what would you make with a Dune-inspired game? Actually, here's a question. Would it be a roguelike? Or would it be something else? But yeah, someone make a story-based Dune game, but just don't give it to Don't Nod. Please don't. Give it to like those people that made that True Colors game, which is a different developer that's not Don't Nod. You'd remake Dune 1? Oh, like the yeah, okay, hold on. How about this? Just take that IP and give it to Paradox. And just let them make Crusader Kings : Dune. We just have that, cuz that would do just fine. That would be fantastic. Just Crusader Kings with sandworms. Just give me that. No, ironically, I played that game, and I could never figure out how to play it. I had it for, I want to say Windows 98, or it ran in DOS in Windows 98, and I could never figure out how to play it. Like I would play for like an hour and then just kind of give up. So I never figured out how to play that game. I mean, honestly, I would take that over a half-made movie, Pro Sectra. I mean, honestly, I think the people who could make a dope RTS right now would be probably Microsoft, ironically, because they have that art. They have all their art. They have the Age of Empires studio and Pay Relic to make cool things. So, but I don't know. None of that's gonna happen. I feel like if I had a manual for it, I would have been able to figure out how to play it, but this was like before I had internet, and I didn't have a manual. I just had the disc. Like, it was a loose disc. It wasn't even like, it didn't even have like the jewel case when I got it. So I messed around with Dune 1 a little bit, but never quite figured out how to play it. It was sorely lacking in, tutorialization and explaining itself because it was a 90s game. But I don't know. Who actually owns the rights to Dune 2 right now? Would that be EA? Yeah, and I don't want a half of a movie. You could make Citizen Kane, but if you sell half of it, I don't want it. I want a whole movie. I want beginning, middle, and end of a movie. If I'm signing up to watch a movie, I am not going to do that. Who made the new Wolfenstein? Machine Games. They're owned by Bethesda, which is owned by Microsoft. Is there an open source version of that original Dune? Someone should start that. Oh, they made Anarchy. Yeah, that makes sense. That seems right. My brain doesn't quite go that far back immediately when pinged, but yeah, that seems all right. That seems right. Ironically, Anarchy Online had a very brief Twitch resurgence, and didn't they? Am I making this up, or did they put Anarchy Online on phones? I might be making that up. Alright, we need to sell clothing. I've got a lot of clothing that needs to go away. The dwarves are going to be ripped out to suddenly be trading. That's fine. And understandable. I never played either of those. I was never really an MMO kid. I had a brief period of time where I played Runes of Magic and RuneScape, but that's about it. And the only reason I played those games was because it was something to play in queue while I was waiting for my friends to log into Counter-Strike or Crossfire or whatever free-to-play shooter I was playing at the time. So, a lot of those games I just completely missed. Also, Epion, that thread that I made on the roguelike subreddit, somebody just said thanks for letting me know that this game exists, and I'm going to go download it and buy it now. So I guess I helped them get one sale with that post. You play that once in a while? I hear it went downhill with microtransactions. I played it when it was, like, pretty new. So I don't know. I'm just not much of an MMO guy. I've never been much of an MMO guy. Those kinds of gameplay loops never really entertained me that much. Alright, we're just waiting for Ghost to come down here so that we can trade. But yeah, no, it's... honestly, when it comes to all this stuff and just like... When it comes to TV shows, I'm totally okay with having half of a thing. And when it comes to movies, I'm totally okay with you making half of a thing if you market it as such from the get-go. If you market it as a single movie and it turns out to be awaiting a sequel, you've already lost me. So maybe I'm just a stickler on this, and you know, you can call me an old fart or a wet blanket or something, but I just... And if you liked the movie, fucking by all means, I'm glad that you enjoyed it, but I will not pay money to see half of a movie, or a third of the movie for that matter. I will wait until whatever is out for it to be out, so it has a satisfying ending, and then I'll watch it. But especially if they put out three-hour movies and it comes out great by the end of it. Why didn't they just make a 10-part series?
Where's that singing coming from?
It's coming from me.
Like, why is that so hard? Just make a 3-part series.
Oh my god, it's a ghost!
That's right, Junior.
Or a 10-part series. But whatever. Fucking whatever. I just realized investments are open. I totally haven't done that since I turned the stream back on. Also, only one of the human wagons arrived, from what I can tell. Which means we're back to where we were before. And also, they didn't send the outpost liaison. So that's weird and annoying. Hey, Lake Bear. Well, anyway, that was like an hour-long rant about Dune. Someone's going to get really mad at me for that rant in the future when I put this VOD on YouTube. Someone's going to listen to the first 10 minutes of it and get really angry. An elf murdering trade depot yet? Have you watched much of this fort? Also, clearly you missed when I traded with the elves earlier today. Just arrived? Alright, well, Longdeath is a fortress where we're not at war with anybody. We are keeping the fort alive for 1,000 years, and I got no interest in killing the elves. In fact, they're the reason why I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, a dozen or so unicorns right now, as well as a bunch of pet fluffy ramblers. In an economic fashion? I mean, don't kill anybody. We're at peace with everyone. Except for the elves, but that's fine. They don't invade us. Or except for the goblins, but that's fine. They don't invade us. They're too far away. They don't know that we're here. Yeah, no, this fortress is 321 years old. We've had it running for 321 years. Never once got into a fight with the elves. There's more things to do in Dwarf Fortress than murdering the elves, basically. In my other fort, we are at war with humans and goblins. Okay, so the other human group did arrive. But that's basically it. I don't find fighting with the elves particularly entertaining. They're great to trade with because they bring big fun pets and animals to eat and train for war with other factions, and they're kind of just weak to fight because they only bring wood. So even as a faction to fight against, I don't find them to be particularly interesting. If there's lava or water on your map, you rarely survive more than 30 to 40 years? You mean if there's no lava or water on your map? I mean, if you haven't seen this fort before, I'll give you a quick tour. This is going to be an obsidian plant in here when I'm done with it, but... So all of this is constructed out of blocks. Oh, also there's the bees tower up here, which makes us mead. This is the tavern. Main temple's in the middle of the tavern. Library's on the left. Old throne room's on the top. Old king's dining room is on the right, but the king passed away and the heir wasn't in our fort. That's a tower of lava in the middle. I built a little maze because I got bored for a bit. Drainage, my current project. Then down beneath this, we have all this going down here. This is my lava forge right there. This is a cavern layer that I spent a good while covering with lava to get rid of a lot of the corpses that were piling up in it. We still need to actually like reconquer these caverns, which we'll do eventually. Then if we go down here, it goes down to the lower levels. There's the second cavern layer, which is very deep. When we haven't actually hit the third cavern layer yet. And then there's my lava reservoir, where we are pumping lava up to the surface because there's a half-completed lava spout down here, which, you know, obviously goes down to the lava sea down here. So, yeah, no, that's Longdeath. This is a fortress that I've had running for a while. We haven't had a migrant in 200 years because of game memory issues. But, you know, aside from that, that's this. But, yeah, that's why we haven't killed any elves, is because we're not at war with anybody. Because going to war would make long-term survival less likely. Yes, don't chop down every tree on the map. So the elves, when they demand you to not cut down trees, they say that you can chop down 120 trees a year. Ask Tarn that question, not me. I have no idea. Save it, pack it in your brain, pop it into the questions list next time I have them on the stream. But yeah, no, I just don't, just don't sell them wood. Put your food in rock pots and sell them meals in rock pots or rock crafts or something that you know has no wood on it. Obviously don't sell them bins. And then if they ask you to stop cutting down trees, they give you 120 trees a year. And even if you are using furnaces above ground with wood and charcoal, you can easily chop down 110 trees a year and never piss them off. And most maps don't even grow 110 trees unless you're in the tightest possible swamp with the most crowded tree density. But even then, you have more than enough wood than you would ever need to actually cut down. So the trading them wood is on you. Just don't trade wood to them in any format. And when it comes to the trees, just don't chop down 120 trees a year, which is very easy to do. So it's just like people get annoyed with them for some reason and then meme about it, and then people use them as analogs for racist bullshit on 4chan. And like, as an enemy, they're boring because they only really bring wood. They're incredibly easy to fight, unless they're like those rare elves that have steel and undead flying ravens. which I had to fight once as part of a goblin group, which was very fun. We died. But outside of that, like, generally elves are a non-threat because they just have wood. Like, their weapon, like, one fully armed master, like, quality dwarf could kill an entire army of elves. Yes, you can make rock pots. Wood decorations or adorned with wood makes the elves not want it. So if you are encrusting things with decorations, don't use wood decorations if you are planning to sell it to elves. Well, people are fighting. Because one of my merchants tantrumed again. Yep. I mean, if they get upset with you during trading, it means you gave them something with wood on it. So trade them, like, usually what I sell them is prepared meals made of, prepared meals in rock pots. That's usually what I sell them in this particular fort. But outside of this fort, if I don't have prepared meals in rock pots, then I would do drinks in rock pots, or I would simply have a stockpile of rock crafts to sell them, or a stockpile of clothing to sell them. So as long as it's not made out, or, you know, you can even just sell raw food materials to them. Or just don't trade with them. That's also a perfectly valid option, is just simply don't trade with them. Empty metal cages are a pretty good thing to trade. Musical instruments. Anything that doesn't include any kind of wood. Including wood that they've sold you. Okay, Dodek finally got 29 days in prison. But yeah, I mean, the elves can be kind of frustrating if you don't know how to deal with them. But they're such a boring enemy to fight with, and you're much better off trading with them because, especially if you're in a bigger world, they bring really cool shit. Like, in one of my other forts, I traded with the elves, and they brought me giant tamed elephants. Multiples of them every time. It was like 3 or 4 giant tamed elephants. Giant elephants. I've gotten giant cougars from them. I've gotten tigers. I've gotten bears. I've gotten grizzly bears. I've gotten so many, like, delicious food sources or fun military animals from them. It's absolutely worth just, you know, working with them instead of against them. All right, so I really need to just boot out a bunch of these merchants. Einod, you were tantruming. Just get out. Take your significant other with you. Yeah, I mean, in this fortress, we've gotten unicorns and various other fun animals. Fluffy wamblers. Various, like, great food variety. They're sort of like the food and spices merchant. It's like, are they going to bring you metal? No, but they will bring you exotic food and spices. You know? Yeah, topple that cage trap on the way out. They also have a tendency to bring instrument materials made of godlike material. Like, if you check the bottom half of their trading, usually they'll have, like, fiery metal or wavy metal or luminescent metal or something, and it's usually musical instrument parts. So if you want to make a musical instrument out of literally godlike materials, which you can't find very easily in the overworld normally unless you either use a DF hack command to expose them or find them in adventure mode, it's almost impossible to get those materials in the game by default. So that's one of the only ways to get them in game, is by trading with the elves for them. And that's how you can have materials out of godlike. That's how you can have godlike materials that can, in some cases, be melted down, in some extreme cases, without even having to, you know, find them in the overworld. So the elves are worth trading with. A lot of people just kill them because they see them and they're like, "Hey, elves! Blah, 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 blah. Must murder! I am a murder hobo, and you are an elf, so I stab you in face." But they're missing out on fucking free pet bears. What is fiery and wavy metal? Alright, so in this world we have frosty metal, What else do we have? You know, actually, let's just do booming metal, clear blue metal, singing metal, searing metal, bright metal, translucent metal, faceted metal, shining metal, glowing metal, frosty metal, and those are the extents of the fancy metals in this world. If you just like type in breastplate, you'll find all of these. Obviously, there's adamantine and then bismuth, steel, bronze, copper, and iron. These are Arisa. Thanks, Brian, for the 10 months. Welcome back. It's good to have you around, Warm Shadow. Hope you've been well. These are all godlike metals. These are found in fun tunnels or fun spears or the places where the angels are. These are unmarked sites on the overworld where gods hide out. So in Dwarf Fortress, there are demons, right? They're what happens when you dig through the adamantine. Spoilers. That's what happens when you dig too deeply and too greedily. There's also angels. Angels live in places on the overworld that are not previously exposed. This is one of actually Dwarf Fortress's well-kept secrets, sort of, unless you play a lot of adventure mode. And those angels guard materials, or are sometimes made out of materials, such as booming metal. The elves will sometimes have those in their inventories to trade. Yes, there's angels. Specifically, they are in vaults. To give you an idea, this article contains massive spoilers. Here's a link if you would like it. Been busy, but not too bad. Good to hear. It's glad that you've been, like, you know, busy-ish, but also not too bad. Then the other thing that I can show you is this. Angel. Again, also contains massive spoilers. But plug your ears until I put my hand down if you don't care about spoilers. Angels are procedurally generated creatures created by deities to guard vaults, erected by demons who were twisted into humanoid form in a time before time. Facing them is believed to be an endgame of adventure mode. There you go. Spoilers are done. So, yes, there are, in fact, those in DF. I mean, you have to turn off the subtitles, but I would think that, you know, you could click that button, but 4%? Oh my god. So, kind of a completely different conversation from everything that we've talked about today. And that's the smaller folder. Oh, no. At what point do you just go to bed, Epion? Kind of a completely different discussion from what I was talking about earlier today is I have another game that I've bought, which I'm going to stream this evening. And this game is Dusk 82, which is a demake of Dusk in kind of a Chips Challenge tile-based style. And I'm curious. What are the odds someone could write a level generator that generates random levels for it? Because it's very roguelike-y in its playstyle. Of course, it's more puzzly than roguelike. But what are the odds someone could do that? Because I think that would be great. Also, Holly Gal, thanks for the host. Cheers. Actually saw that pop up right when it did. Thank you. The last time I saw angels, they were made of glass and they kind of just broke. But I will link the other game that I've bought, which I want to play this evening. Supposedly it has 30 levels and a level generator, though, so. This thing. So you're on the first folder out of 3 and you're 10% done. My god, man. That's kind of shitty. Do you have a working computer at all, or are you just on your phone right now, Rapion? Like, is that your only computer that you have at home? That seems wildly... I don't know, I'd be in the process of, like, freaking out on multiple levels. So I'm just surprised you're as calm as you are. It seems like you're calm, at least in Twitch chat. It's one of the few non-hard disk drives, the only non-SSD. Oh, really? Well, okay, that's not so bad then. Alright, well, let the dwarves work on that. Fill in another piece of this. If you have an NVMe port on your board, yeah. Like you need a specific plug on your board to plug it in, basically. But if you have that plug, yes. My OS is running on a 1 terabyte one. Just look up your motherboard and see if you have an NVMe slot. Otherwise, yeah, you need a new motherboard. It's not just a you plug it in kind of thing. It's like the reason they're so fast is because they're directly connected to your motherboard. Mine has 2. I'm kind of planning on getting a second one. Make sure you don't get a crappy one. You want it to last for a bit, Axon. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Rapion. So the consensus that I'm kind of getting from the roguelike subreddit is that there are kind of 2 camps of people who, for Sword of the Stars, the Pit. There are people who love it, and then there's everybody else. And everybody else just says that the original Sword of the Stars was incredibly RNG heavy and because of that not particularly fun, which is very much how I feel about the little bit of Pit 2 that I've played. I kind of felt like I lost because I ran out of materials, not because, like, I was playing the game wrong. So... I kind of, because I know that game was pushed heavily by Total Biscuit, I kind of wonder if that's just the only roguelike a lot of people have played, and so that's just what they associate with roguelikes. Because I know that's happened before in the past, where there's like a kind of specific genre of games, and then it's like, well, that's just the only one anybody's played. And even though it's a bad example of those, you know, like those weird people who seem to think that Stone Shard is good. let's go around this. Yeah, I played Angband, not for like over a decade though. I have played Angband, but like I said, not in a very, 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 very long time. But then again, I could say that about a lot of the like big 5 traditional roguelikes, I guess. Which would be what? Angband, Adom, NetHack, Tome, Stone Soup. I think that's pretty fair to say that that's like the biggins on the list, at least from back in the day. And yes, I did play quite a bit of Angband, but not for over a decade. Which ironically at this point is 2011, so maybe closer to 15 years. Angband was one of those games that I played when I was younger and like less knowledgeable about the genre. So thus horribly terrible at it. Is what that means. My God. Okay. Okay, so we go down to here. We've got our first support there. Go beneath here, down to here. Get our second support there. Go beneath here. Get our third support there. No space for the fourth. Okay. Then we place all of these wall pieces back here. I mean, here's an idea as well. If you've got nothing to do today, Epion, if you want, you're welcome to join me and we could do a run through Jupiter Hell today. But I don't know if you want to stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. What am I building? I'm currently fixing oopsies from yesterday, but we are building a giant obsidian printer. So a big chunk of rock where I'm going to dump... oh, a merchant has gone berserk. That's fine. Sucks, but it's fine. Oh, and you're in prison where you went berserk. Well, that just means we lock the door. And wait for you to die. Well, that's unfortunate. Fortunately, though, he was kind of obnoxious while he was alive, so it's a good thing he finally broke. Not today, too stressed. Fair enough. Just figured I'd throw it on the table. Rage? Yeah. On call? Boo. Boo for being on call. Is that a... If there's bugs that need to be fixed, you have to go fix them? Looking for holes in my wall. Has there been a lot of emergency patches needed for the current version? It seemed pretty all in one piece when I got my hands on it, but I did notice that I can still see the lava in what's it called? Why am I blanking? In Dante Station, I can still see the lava through that one door in the final boss room. So there is that. But, okay, let's just get to smoothing this after those are all done. I want to make all of my walls in the entire fortress out of obsidian. I mean, the purpose of an obsidian farm is I want a lot of obsidian. So I'm getting a lot of obsidian. That's kind of all there really is to it. Oh, I see. They can't reach that bit. No flooring there. That's frustrating. I mean, I'm always on call, and I work for myself. So, same thing. It just means that, like, I'm kind of working right now. Just, like, when I'm on call, it just means I can't go get really stoned, because I might need to do something for work. Like, you know, turn my stream back on if the power comes back. Kind of deal. But yeah, the plan for all the obsidian is to turn the whole fortress into an obsidian fortress. Considering it's currently like mostly a gabbro and gneiss primary fortress, it'll be kind of fun to have more than that materials wise in the fort. Yeah, basically. Also, I think my Reddit post made the concurrent player base of Sword of the Stars, the Pit 2, go from 1 to 3. That's kind of brutal. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, that's kind of brutal. I went up to 7 yesterday. Yeah, I'm an influencer. Jesus. And I streamed it yesterday, so it went from 0 to 1. I think that was me, actually. I'm pretty sure that was me. So, oh boy. Oh boy. Good luck with that game. Indie Apocalypse, I think. Let's just focus on getting the oopsies from earlier finished and sorted. Done and dusted, as they say. We're getting close to this. Let's do that. You know, I will still say that my biggest achievement as an influencer, Axon, is getting Lost Flame up to 10 reviews so that they could have a 100% positive rating. Speaking of games that are in early access that are roguelikes that are good, Lost Flame is pretty fucking good. Still has 100% positive reviews. So, you know, there is that. Yep, definitely worth the $15. Same asking price as Sword of the Stars. You know. The tutorial is not mandatory. You can skip it, but you just don't get a sword. I feel like they should make you do it once, and then you just start with the sword after that. But, nah. It's not the only game with a mandatory tutorial. If I recall correctly, ADOM has a mandatory tutorial. I can't remember if you can skip that tutorial dungeon. All right. Well, that's a little bit more oopsie cleanup. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really, I'm not really bothered by the tutorial personally. I think it's fine. But we live in a world where there isn't enough good roguelikes, so one minor setback is absolutely fine. Was it sick? I didn't get sick from it. How's that? Finian, what's up? It's good to see you. Yeah, the concert was great. The opener never or no-showed because they all got sick with a certain pandemic virus, and weren't allowed into Canada. The headliner's drummer also got sick and thus wasn't allowed into Canada, and couldn't perform. So they had to play with a drum track from their previous shows. Was it the illest? I don't know about that. So they had to play with drum tracks from previous shows on the tour. But the actual set itself was fucking fantastic, and the originally co-headliner or second band on the list, which was Suicide Silence, just played an extra long set to kind of make up for it, and so it kind of felt like Suicide Silence was headlining the show instead of Ginger. But it was I like Suicide Silence, so I'm fine with just listening to a Suicide Silence show that I didn't realize I was getting. But it was fun. It certainly wasn't the best show I've ever been to, but it was definitely good to go to shows again. I think the show that they put on in October 2019 was better. And the reason I think it was better was just because they had the whole crew there, and they had 2 openers instead of 1. But overall, it was a good show, and I'm glad I went. It was tricky convincing them to let me bring a juice box into the venue, though. They didn't care that I had syringes and insulin, but a juice box, now that's a crime. I legit had syringes in my bag. Because it's first time really going to concerts since being type 1, and so that's fun. It's they don't really care that much about me taking syringes in, but God forbid I try and bring a juice box in. I had to ask to see the security guard's manager, quite literally, and the manager was like, "Yeah, that's fine. Just let him in. It's fine. He's an adult. It's fine." So, because it might have drugs in it, or it might have. They ended up letting me have the juice box, but. It was well, it might have drugs in it. Or if it doesn't have drugs, then it might have alcohol in it. And that would cut into their bottom line. But they had to inspect it to make sure it hadn't been tampered with. And once they realized it hadn't been tampered with yet, they let me have it. So I find the whole thing quite funny, actually. I'll have you know it was... orange tangerine juice, sir. But yeah. But yeah. They didn't even do a particularly good job searching people. There was a guy in there with a full-size, bong. He got it confiscated and booted out, but... No, they were worried about my juice. You love apple juice? Yeah, it's only a thing that I have during medical emergencies now. I don't like juice so much these days. I used to love juice. I used to always have orange juice. That used to be a thing I'd have every morning with breakfast with some orange juice. Even after I moved out, I continued doing that. It's kind of a big sad that I can't do that now, but it is what it is. Not going to lose sleep over it. It's part of my life. But, as far as, things to save me from a medical emergency goes, as I've told my one friend, many friends, that's a lie. As I've told my one friend, the best thing about being a type 1 diabetic is you can have a medical emergency and fix it with a cupcake. And I've legit fixed a medical emergency with a cupcake. It was a good cupcake, too. That's the last time I had a cupcake. I think you just realized why atheism exists. Koi, I'm pretty sure that you just realized, like, the why people are atheists. It's because life is meaningless and we're all gonna die. So why do you care? I like how that was a glass breaking moment. I figured that out at age like 10. It's like, oh, we're all gonna die anyway and nothing matters, so have fun. But also be kind to other people because they only get one shot, so kind of both of those things. That was the good one? What was the good one? Come on. Mayor doesn't want nothing. I'm glad. That's wonderful. Axon. I'm like, I'm not even mocking. Like, that's me being genuine. Like, I mean, I'm not quite the life is meaningless, fuck everything, do what I want kind of person. But I'm definitely in the camp of nothing really matters, so enjoy what you got. You know, like, take care of what you do get and make the most of it and enjoy the things that you like and fuck everybody who doesn't like the things that you like, and just, as long as what you're doing ain't hurting anybody and you aren't putting anybody at risk for any reason, then go nuts. Enjoy life, or what you get of it. I think the one thing that I think of pretty differently than a lot of people that I've met over the years is I don't really care about legacy. I don't care about what comes after me in particular. I just care that the people who exist concurrently with me don't hate my existence. Although, I've probably failed pretty hard in that when it comes to, like, being a Twitch streamer. There's definitely a lot of people in the world that fucking hate me, but I consider that a success in a weird way because I occupy so much a portion of their brain that they want to come and talk about it occasionally and remind me by posting curse words at me in my Twitch chat or sending me a mean DM. Who's really winning there in that instance? You for getting one over on me? Maybe. Or me because I'm still in your brain even after you curse at me and leave a dislike. Yeah, I have no idea what quote you're talking about, cutest. As far as I can tell, you just kind of out of context said that was a good one. So maybe, I mean, maybe I'm just forgetting things that I'm saying 2 minutes after I'm saying them, but I don't think that's the case. I've never really understood social anxiety. I've never really had any social anxiety. I don't really have any issues speaking with people. I had to learn how to communicate with people when I got my first few jobs, but that was because I was a protected homeschooled kid, right? And I don't think that that was social anxiety necessarily. That was more just I had to learn like proper human etiquette of like how to speak with people. And like what is okay to say to people and how to communicate with other people my age. That was something I had to learn to do, but I don't think that was social anxiety, because the way people describe social anxiety is different. Like I never had any problems in crowds or trying to talk to people, but I didn't know how to talk to people for a while. I knew how to talk to people on the internet, but in person, no. Now I am quite good at it. Although I will say, in recent years, I've gotten really fucking bad at making eye contact with people, and that's kind of scary to me. Need to relearn how to do that again. It's a skill like anything else. You need to work at it. Some people are naturally gifted and some people aren't, and if you aren't, you have to kind of work at it to be good at it. It's like anything else. Axon, do you have any idea what Cutest is talking about? Or am I just, like, losing memory right now? I mean, I used to get that feeling with condoms for some reason. But that was because I was a Christian kid who was shamed into believing that that was a crime. Humans have arrived to drop off their tributes to the great fortress of Longdeath. Yeah, I don't know. Possibly wrong, chat. Oh, that. I mean, I said cupcake, not cake, but okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was very confused about what you were on about. Alright, and the dwarves are going to come trade with us pretty soon. 25 bronze arrows. And now we need the other one. I don't know. Just thanks to everybody who's like, you know, tuned in after that unexpected, undesired break that I got when my power went out. So thanks to everybody who stuck around in between that and came back when the stream turned back on. It's just kind of one of those fun times. Like, normally I wouldn't be so bothered about it, but the reason I am bothered about it is right now, the way Twitch has been the last little bit, they gave everybody one of the most like consumer friendly features they've ever done, which is regional pricing, where they now have different prices for every region. But the issue with them having regional pricing is subs are worth a lot less money. So something that they've been doing is they're paying out the difference. If you stream the same average number of hours every month, they pay out the difference for the first year for each new sub. So that's actually kind of great because it's like very slowly moving us into the new pricing instead of, you know, just throwing us into the new pricing and we all lose a lot of money. But in order to do that, you have to stream the average amount of hours. So for me, it's 146 hours a month. The issue is as of right now, I've only streamed 110 hours. So I have to get those other 30 some odd hours done by the 31st. I don't have that many days to stream left, so we'll make it, but it's just frustrating. Having to, actually, sorry, 152 hours. That's how many I need to broadcast to get my extra payout. Show. That's fun. And because I stream Thursday, I will do a 2-hour stream on Friday. I stream Saturday and Sunday. So it's basically Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I have to get that done by the 31st. Not in 10 days, in the full month. Like, we're on the 27th. I have to get that done by the 31st in order to get that extra payout, which is about $112 for me. Which is a pretty noticeable amount on your paycheck. All right. Let's do that. That. And in a world where, you know, some people have been very generous to me this month, but views have overall been down because of the hosting changes from a while ago. And I've also streamed a lot less this month because I took a long weekend, which was lovely, and I needed it, but also vacations are not cheap, so I spent money while I was gone as well. Also, the concerts that I've been going to again, which again have been really nice, but not cheap. I need to stream this month, so the power going out was very frustrating. Audio, how are you? It's good to see you, man. Hope your day's been well. No, it's fine. It's fine. That sound command is worth it for every time that it times perfectly. And also, it adds much needed comedy to crappy moments when it's not timed perfectly. So I like that command. Even if I curse at it sometimes. It is a great command, okay? Anyway, how are you, Audio? How's things? Today you've missed a hour-and-a-half long rant about how I don't like half-finished movies. Movies that release with no satisfying ending and a teaser for a sequel. I'm looking at you, Dune. Yeah, that's basically it. Also, you can invest in FaZe Clan, if you know what that is. Or soon you'll be able to invest in FaZe Clan. I think it's the actual thing to say. Oh, it's all good, Audio. It's all good. My power went out for an hour and a half today, so because of a car accident. Literally just my street and like 2 streets around mine had no power for like an hour and a half. So the dog got an extra walk today. I mean, it is what it is. There's not much I can do about it. At least it came back on in a short enough period of time that I could still stream today. Unlike the last time the power went out. The last time the power went out, it didn't come back on until 6 p.m. So today it was back on by about 10 afternoon. It went out at about 10:10. So it was about 2 hours it was out. So I got to take the dog for an extra walk. And, I mean, it does kind of suck, but just kind of is what it is, I suppose. So, you know, I'll do maybe another hour and a half of Longdeath, and then we'll play the other game that I was intending on playing today. It was kind of funny, though. The outage map for the power outage was literally... Like, normally I would show the chunk of city that had no power, but it was literally just my street. It's just funny to me. It's like, what are the fucking odds, man? The world just doesn't want me to stream, I think. Although, at the very least, you know, it happened, like, right when I was swapping over to DF from records and, like, didn't really lose anything valuable. Like, it didn't break a VOD or anything, so. Count my lucky stars there. If it broke a VOD, I would have been pissed, but it didn't. or they had to, or it took out a power line and they had to disable the transformer, or disable power for that street to be able to fix the accident. But although I can't even laugh about it because the last time the power went out, it was a bird's nest in the transformer that caught fire. Was the last time the power went out. And then this time, it's a car accident, and I assume that they would have had to disable the transformer. So, I just hope everybody's okay. The bird taking out the transformer is very funny, though. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Yeah, bird is for sure funnier. Traffic accident's kind of like, oh, I hope everyone's okay. Because, like, I actually heard sirens when the power went out. Like, the power went out and I could hear sirens because I live pretty close to a fire station. So I could hear sirens. I was like, okay, it's probably, like, something on the road. Usually, like, power goes out and then the first thing you hear is sirens. Usually means that there's something's going on. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. There is so many of these left. But never catch fire. Really? I'm going to feed this dog because she's looking at me like she wants food, and I normally feed her around now. I ate my lunch early because the power was out. So I will be back in a sec.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
All right, I returned.
Nuclear vessels.
Probably took out my power. Transformers get hot. I'm not surprised. Nil says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of the merchants? All of the metal, please. Always the metals. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And Tiny Goliath, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Do I have a favorite sound command? You mean like generic one or paid one? Because I wouldn't say I have a favorite paid one because that would be playing favorites. But generic one? Probably nut. Or T. T is the only one I ever type in, so probably T. It exists because I haven't talked about Kias in a while. If I had a Kia in one of my forts, you would probably hear it more.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
But yeah, probably tea's my favorite. Dog's eating her food. Yeah, no, I get you. Thanks. Yeah, probably. Cobalt's also up there. But thanks for stopping by and saying hello briefly, Audio. We'll see you when we see you, man. Cobalt is indeed great, yeah. Alright. Just gonna wait for the dog to finish eating her food, and then I'm gonna rinse her bowl out, so I will get up again in a sec. Oh, Dodek has died of thirst. Excellent. I know that's a weird thing to say, but that was a berserk merchant who went berserk in prison, so we kind of had to just, like, lock him in there, because otherwise he would just attack the dwarves until we killed him anyway, so he was dead regardless. They're still unloading. Okay. Very different game, sideways. Yeah, in prison is definitely the optimal place to go to berserk, or one of the optimal places to go berserk anyway. I think I'm gonna need to bring in more merchants. Problem is too many of these merchants aren't making babies. Do I have I don't have a messenger right now.
Bring out your dead!
I could have sworn it was Ghost. Let's give Defcom that job, because Defcom's been in the fort for a while. I'll send you up to here, to Veiled Clasp, which has 500 people now, supposedly, and we're going to request some people here. I'm just looking for couples. I'm just going to do 2 couples. I love all these different dwarves that I've expelled back here over the years. There's quite a few of them. I need someone where 2 names light up green. Yeah, like that one. When 2 names light up green, it means that they are married. And then if they bring both, which usually they do, they have a higher chance of making babies. Let's do that. Go get him, Defcom. Do your job. Yes. Now you're doing rifle competition? Huh. I mean, good for you, I guess? I don't know. Sounds like fun. I mean, I'd probably do the same thing if I was offered college credit for it, but I also, you know, never went to college, so. It's the beauty of never going to college, is you don't need any credit. Let's just finish bringing the rest of those. Someone should put an item in tomb whenever they find that corpse. It's gonna take them a while to find that corpse, though. All right. Yes, I did. What are you talking about? I mean, I didn't get the, like, American Pie imagery of spring break where everybody goes and hangs out on yachts and fucks everything that moves, but I did get spring break, yeah. I also didn't have homework. Technically, all of the schoolwork I did was homework, but once I was done with schoolwork, I was just done with schoolwork, which was usually about 4 hours a day, and then once I was done with schoolwork, like, I could just go do whatever the fuck. So, Also, when I finished my curriculum for the year, I was done. Or I could start the year after, which is how I graduated early. So, you know. But, you know, I'm also uneducated, which is why I stream for a living. Instead of having a real job. How do grades work when you're in school? All right. Dwarves will have plenty to do with that. Shouldn't be any cave-ins. Watch there be cave-ins. Damn it. That is a pain in the dick. I might just forget about that bit. It is a stupid question. It worked almost exactly the same way it worked for you. I finished a piece of the curriculum. It was time in the curriculum for a test. My mom gave me a curriculum test. I did the test. She tells me how I did on the test, and then we worked on the things I did poorly on. And generally, I didn't do poorly. So, I would say yes, stupid question. Exactly the same as it was for you, most likely. Aside from I was on the Canadian curriculum, whereas you were probably on the American curriculum, unless you were in some weird Bible school. I also took high school tests in a school, which I thought was dumb, but they needed it for me to graduate. And so there I was, 16-year-old amongst a bunch of seniors, and I passed the test and went on with my life. High school's 10th grade. Grades are fucking irrelevant and don't matter. What matters is, can you do the stuff? Like, quite literally, like, most of school is a drawn-out, stretched-out, extended version of adult or older kid babysitting and training you to be a dumbed-down, uncreative factory worker, right? So, I did exactly the curriculum that I needed to do and passed the tests and got a job. It's one of those, like, this is not a subject I particularly like talking about because children who went to school like to belittle me because, oh, I didn't do exactly the same shit that they did. So it's one of those things where it's like I'm kind of just tired of answering that question because I've been quizzed by every single fucking child that's spoken to me over my entire goddamn life. Well, how'd you do the classes? Well, fucking, I did them. How'd you do them? So, pardon me if I seem a little uninterested in answering the question. So, DEFCON's supposed to be doing that. But, oh, you're sleeping. That's why. It's quite literally like, well, how do you pass a test? You study, you know the stuff, you take the test, you pass the test. That's what I did. It is exactly the same as it was for you, except I did it at home. And, you know, as somebody who was homeschooled, I don't give a shit about what you did. Why do you care about what I did? High school's fucking irrelevant anyway. Schooling is fucking irrelevant. Just go get a job and get good. I mean, here you could go to school, I guess, and then still end up working as a barista at Starbucks because there's nobody hiring, which is exactly what it's like here. Or you get a job in your field making just above minimum wage, and then you realize that, oh, they're hiring fucking dishwashers right now at the keg at $25 an hour, which is higher than you're getting paid because nobody wants to work for shitty companies that beat you down and make you wish you were dead, which is the case for a lot of those jobs. I worked a lot of those jobs for a long time. I don't know. The past 3 months have been soul-crushing. That's all I have to say. Let's mine that out. Mine that out. Do that, do that. Cut you down. Where are you going? Let's see if they do those in the correct order. Need to watch it. Dog's about to start barking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, no. Okay. Okay, cool. They did do it in the right order. Yay, dwarves. Actually being intelligent for once. All right, chat. I'm going to go rinse out the dog's bowl because it has blood in it because she eats raw food. Back in a sec. All right, back to it. Let's keep going around the edge. And keep going around the edge. Keep going around the edge. Keep going around the edge. Chat, can we get a round of beers? How many people are currently listening to the stream? Because I am of the opinion it is one person currently. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with my plans today. Because if we're this quiet right now on the game that I'm mainly known for, everybody's going to leave when I switch games, and there's going to be nobody watching. So I'm trying to like figure out whether or not I should just cut my losses now and end stream and just kind of concede that and then edit all day. Or if we should keep streaming. Because right now I kind of feel like this is, I don't want to say a waste of time, but when I say that this month has been soul crushing, the reason it's been soul crushing is because I feel like I've lost 40 to 50% of what I spent the last 5 years building. And on days like today, it's even more glaring. So I don't know what to do. You know, that's the word quite, not quiet, right? Sideways. You know, like my channel hasn't been this lowly viewed and this quiet chat-wise since 2016. For a little bit of comparison. So I don't know what to do. I'm trying to figure this out right now. Because I really don't want to sit here and explain to Axon my fucking childhood scars. Not your fault, Axon. That's me. But like I how do I advertise this stream? I don't know. I really don't. I really don't. I wish I knew. The way kids get big on this website these days and stay successful on this website these days are by being obnoxious, terrible people. I mean, you're more than welcome to talk about anything as long as it isn't my fucking childhood traumas, my dude. Like, literally, talk about anything you want except for the things that have given me, like, early onset PTSD. But I'm just, like, so beyond frustrated these days. Like, if I go back 6 months, we'd have 100 people watching at this time of day. Now I struggle to maintain 40. It's soul crushing. It's fucking soul crushing. Oh hey, they actually returned. I got a few new merchants. That's good. You didn't bring your husband. You're supposed to bring your husband. You didn't bring your husband, which means I might as well just expel you two. I'm assuming you didn't either. Gotta sleep before work? Head to bed then. Have a good night. I need them to bring their significant others, otherwise it's total waste. I'm gonna go for these guys. You. Let's try you. Nope. I'm trying to acknowledge you right now. What's up? That's awesome. Sideways. Gardens are a wonderful thing to have. Yeah, I like the new level gen changes. I also like the new assets that are pretty neatly distributed around the world as well. I really like the current Jupiter Hell patch. A lot of nice quality of life things. Not quite enough content to keep me playing a ton like the last patch, but I'm looking forward to whatever the next one has. Still looking forward to new early or the mid-level bosses. That's something that I'm very much looking forward to. New stims are cool. The grenadiers, the grenaders are cool. Grenade launchers. You know, chat, like, I guess just to be clear here, I love streaming. I love my job, but it's ultimately very, very, very frustrating to be in my position right now. There you go. You brought your husband. Excellent. So you're useful to me. How about you? Vlog, thanks for the Prime for the 29th month. There we go. Looks like we got all of them. Hey, Vlog. I'm still just living in a world where I lament the, Yeah, we got a donkey. Where I just lament the changes Twitch made to, auto hosts. Wonder if you can make a donkey mule. I doubt it. Donkey mule sounds like a weird alcoholic beverage. So you're married to Saigon. You're married to Kickrust. Cool. I got 2 couples. Good, good, good. And hey, B-Lug. How's things? Already traded with those merchants. Yeah, I love what I do. It's just, there's nothing worse than feeling like you've made no progress and gone backwards. And that's all that this feels like to me. And so I'm like fighting an uphill battle against a thing that just was out of my control. And it is the most frustrating fucking thing I've ever had to deal with in this industry. And I've had to deal with a lot of random frustrating bullshit. But losing a bunch of progress because of a thing that was out of your control, it takes the cake. A lot of people have a very long backlog of games. My general piece of advice is just play the ones you like, and for the ones you don't like, don't worry about not playing them. Like, do like a taste test where you play 10 minutes of a bunch of them and pick a thing and then just play only that. Forget about other games. Don't worry about new games. Just play that until you run out of that. And don't be like me and don't pick games that are big and have borderline endless content, because you'll never make it through the end of your backlog if that's the case. No, I understand, Droven, and that's the thing, and this is why I never should do what I'm doing right now, and I should get my brain out of the gutter in the next 10 minutes, which I'm trying to do. What's frustrating to me isn't that people are lurking and watching. I'm aware that people are lurking and watching and listening. But what's frustrating to me is I, on an average day, by the end of a stream, would have about 120 unique people type in the chat. Ever since the changes Twitch has made, I have about an average of 60. Also, the average frequency of lines of chat in my chat went from, on average, about 2 per minute to about 1 every other minute. So the frequency of chat activity dropped by more than half, and the average number of people talking in my chat dropped significantly, making my job infinitely more difficult. Like the more active the chat and the more unique people you have tuning into chat talking, the easier my job is. The less people I have in chat and the less people I have talking, the harder my job is. The less my stream is worth, the less revenue my stream makes, the higher likelihood I have of having to either beg for money on my Patreon, which I unfortunately have to do on a relatively frequent basis now, or seriously look at getting another job, which I'm not at the point yet to have to do that, but I will get to that point if I stay where I am at right now for the foreseeable future. So that's a long 100%. Holy fuck. How the hell does does Tome have 2,000 Chivos? A lot of the achievements are the same achievements, but for different classes. It's like, do this thing on Rogue, now do this thing on Summoner, now do this thing on Archmage, now do this thing on this thing, now do this thing on this thing. Also on all of the different difficulties. So when you have like a dozen classes, 5 difficulty modes, and about 100 achievements per difficulty mode per class, it makes sense why it has 2,000 Chivos. Like, that game has a tendency of, like, you get an achievement and then you get 4 because it's like, well, I'm playing on roguelike difficulty and I just got this achievement, so I get it for roguelike difficulty and all the difficulties beneath that. So, yeah, that's why Tome has a bajillion achievements. I mean, Jupiter Hell would have a billion achievements if half of the in-game achievements were tied to Steam achievements. The thing is, most of them aren't. Most of them are just, the vast majority of the achievements in that game are not tied to it. Are you playing on PS4? Because I have a question. What's your time worth? And is the game that good? I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying that was an example of another game that would have a billion achievements if they were actually in game, but they're not. That's all, Epion. People have spoken. Excellent. They just want to be able to brag about their achievements on their profiles. That's a legitimate thing for the people to speak to. Like, I'll tell you this, like, if those are public achievements on my profile, I would definitely have spent more time trying to get those challenges done. See, I understand that, but I like games. If games stop being fun, I don't worry about 100%ing them. If a game is continuing to be fun, it's more reasons to keep going back to a game that I enjoy anyway. So if you enjoy the game anyway, then it shouldn't be a bummer that it's a annoying and grindy achievement, because you should be happy to keep playing the game. But if it's an annoying and grindy achievement, then the game has ceased to be fun. So then you're simply subjecting yourself to a activity that is objectively not fun. And who's actually winning there if you're doing that? Oh, see, I read that backwards. I read that backwards. I read that you were on the PS4 version and had to do 100% side missions, and that was a bummer. But, like, then I understand. I just read it backwards. I hear that game just, like, explodes and falls into tiny little pieces by the end of it, sideways. I was watching bits and pieces of it on my teammate Belliner's stream, and by the time he was in the last act, like, the game barely worked. Like, and that's putting it kindly, so hopefully they've patched it. Just no prize for it? I mean, at that point, the prize is the gameplay. I don't know. I think that achievements are both the greatest invention in video games and the worst invention in video games. I think that they're the greatest invention because they give me all sorts of inspiration to keep playing games that I wouldn't have otherwise, but I think that they are the worst invention because often they are used horribly and make a game wildly less entertaining and unfun to play. So that means, I guess, if you take a year to beat the game, then by the time you get to the end of it, it'll be a pleasant experience. Sideways. Which I think is like what they were hoping for. That people wouldn't marathon it. But I don't know if I'd quite say that, Axon. People should just not play bad games. If you're playing a bad game for the achievements, then you're just gullible. Then you're just one of those people that would look up when I say look up, it says gullible on the ceiling. Why? Oh, is that so that people go check and then you tell them that they're gullible? I mean, I wouldn't know if I don't know if I'd say Lamau got him on that because I didn't go look it up. I think Lamau got him if you go look it up. Otherwise, it's just, oh, I get it. So, disagree on Lamau got him there, sir. More like Lamau douchebag. Can't ruin your joy? Alright. When did I say I was trying to? I also can't make you look any stupider than you can make yourself look, so. And the only thing I would say that really did is make you look kind of stupid, so. And also significantly less mature the second you said Lamau got him. Because adults say that, apparently. You know? Really? Since when? Alright, let's keep going around the edge. I don't use Lamau ever outside of Twitch. The only reason I'm saying it verbally is because I'm talking to Twitch chat. But yeah, I don't use that phrase in any context outside of work. And yes, I use it as part of work because I'm talking to you who said it. So I've worked with people who use that in real life. Talked about them many times. I just love that you're like, you know, you use lol verbally. I know people who do that, and I've been guilty of saying lol, but Lamau, absolutely not. Mostly just because Lamau makes me think of terrible people, so who I don't want to associate with. Terribly immature, childlike, asinine fucks. Lol, not so much. It's kind of the same reason why I get a little bit perplexed with people who use the term XD unironically. It's just like, oh my god. Just hurts when I read that. I worked in McDonald's. I've also seen a lot of stupidity. Like, I've talked to many times about the girl who used to unironically say Poggers, Coggers, Elite, Lamau, and Poggers, Coggers, Yeet, Lamau, and would constantly make up dog jokes. This was a 16-year-old who I worked with. Just constantly. It's part of, like, everything she said. Zoomers, I think they call them. The best part about that person that I knew is when I quit that job, the last thing I told her was that I was quitting to go become a Twitch streamer. Or to go be a Twitch streamer, because that was what my other job was. And she just looked at me and said, "You're nowhere near cool enough." I said, "Thank you." Still at it. Unsuccessfully, well, successfully enough to pay my bills, but not successful enough to last for forever, and will probably fall into obscurity in the next 2 years, but still here. So, hell yeah. For the time being, anyway. I know I frequent a couple audiophile subreddits, and I don't really post in them, but I do lurk. And every now and again, there will be somebody who's just like, trying to plug in my stereo, and how come it doesn't work? And they like plugged in the AV cables completely wrong. I'm always amazed by how many ways people can fuck up plugging in an audio video cable. It's like You plug the red one into the red side and the white one into the white side. And then they work in stereo. Otherwise, you're just going to get a weird like halfway signal. And a lot of people end up with that weird halfway signal and get very confused. Like, why is it mono? It's like, well, you see, you don't use your headphone cable. Yay! Cyril has given birth to a girl. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby girl in Z Fortress? Born today, which makes her very young indeed. Because he didn't squeeze the... Oh, yeah, because you have to grip the safety bar to... Right? That's kind of funny. I've definitely met people that are that technologically incompetent. But does anybody want this dwarf? Brand new baby girl. Any takers? Who doesn't currently have a dwarf in the fort? Jimmy, do you have a... I thought you had a dwarf in the fort, unless I'm crazy. Have you had a dwarf in the fort yet, Jimmy? Von Roland has no dwarf, but Jimmy said me first. Have you had a dwarf in my forts yet? Because if you haven't, you can just have it. What? Well, there you go. Jimmy Tibby. She is the daughter of Cyril and Aiden Eagle Mirod. She is a worshiper. She is a worshiper of Unal and a dubious worshiper of Unal. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her hair is long and tied in a ponytail. Her eyebrows are extremely long and her lips are thin. Her head is somewhat short and her slightly large irised cobalt eyes are slightly protruding. Her ears are somewhat short and her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. 6%. I think you should go to bed, Beyond. She personally respects the law and doesn't see cooperation as valuable because she's a baby. And she doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, but dreams of mastering a skill. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making and tends to avoid crowds, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and is often nervous. She is quick to anger and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Occasionally overindulges, and when greeting others, always smiles nervously. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Enjoy the lurks pie! Welcome to the fort, Jimmy Tibby. While I continue to do this busy work of fixing my previous mistakes. You know, he's lucky he didn't hurt himself on the lawnmower. It might be defective. Well, I mean, you heard the man. It might be defective. So, I mean, that much is certain. It might be defective. Did the guy look like he'd ever used a lawnmower before? Maybe he, like, took it home, cut the lawn, and decided it was too much work and then just returned it and was using it as an excuse or something. Alright, knocking things down. Chat, what is the best way for me to go about this? Because, like, the shift in Twitch traffic has been really tough for me. What is the best way for me to go about this? The thing that I've been trying to do is just trying to say thank you a lot more. For keeping me in business here. But I feel like I should be doing more. And I don't know what it is. Like, how do I fix a problem that I don't really have a solution for? Quite literally. It's very much a unanswered question. Oh, like he pulled a muscle trying to start it? Yeah, fucking idiot. Because this channel quite literally just has 0 sources of traffic until the Steam version comes out, essentially. Like, outside of my team, there's very few people that really host or raid this channel, and essentially all of my marketing through Twitch is gone now. So I really don't know what else to do except for just complain sometimes. Like, I'm kind of just out of ideas. It's just... I just don't know. Like, everything that makes my channel interesting and unique has ceased to be viable because of Twitch's changes. And it just blows. So I don't know. Today I'm just not doing all that great because the fucking power going out threw me for a loop. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Don't mind my bitching. If my bitching's too much, tune out, tune in tomorrow, and it'll be better by then. Your friend has been trying to get into streaming in 2021? Don't do it. Do it as a hobby. Don't do it for anything else. Unless you get extremely fucking lucky. Just do it as a hobby in 2021. I think for me, personally, the last year that it was really viable to get into streaming with any hope of success was 2017. In my opinion. Unless you want to run some weird talk show and just chatting. Which involves a lot of immaturity and alcohol. If that's what you want to do, then go nuts. You'll do fine. But the way the site is these days... Yeah, for music production, yeah, there's spaces to grow. There's definitely spaces to grow there. But yeah, if they're doing it as a fun side thing, then yeah, go nuts. Have fun. But I wish that I got more... You make a valid point, Mra. No, I'm more just trying to caution people against the allure of what this industry is. It's not all fancy. It's more... You exist on the whim of corporations to allow you to continue to exist. But how are you doing, bro? That's just funny. I mean, in reality, you know what would actually be helpful to me? Is if there was about 20 other Dwarf Fortress streamers that all had around my view count that I could raid and that they could raid me. That would help. So actually, ironically, it would be really cool if there was more people streaming. More specifically, more people that streamed that liked me. Because the vast majority... That's a real good way to get banned from the site, Axon. Because the vast majority of my old friends who streamed on Twitch either quit streaming on Twitch or don't want to talk to me anymore. Or refuse to raid me because Dwarf Fortress is a weird game that their viewers don't understand. Right? So I've kind of like niched myself into a corner where the way I used to promote my channel used to help my channel a lot. And it worked because it was like indirect promotion from friends. But I don't have any of that anymore because Twitch changed the way their site works. So, but how you doing, bro? Sorry, that was just really funny. Look at this streamer trying to limit the competition by convincing people against streaming. No, I'm trying to convince people to don't go into streaming expecting to do it for a living. Go into streaming as a hobby and enjoy it because it is great. And I do love streaming, even if it might not seem that way some days. I do love streaming, but it is my job, and I want to keep it as my job, but it's just barely my job, you know? And I miss the stability I had 2 months ago, or before August, basically. So yeah, 2 months ago. Also, it's kind of funny because I look over to Discord that I'm in, and a friend of mine is talking about the exact same thing. So, you know. That volcano is beautiful. I need to pop that stream back up. I had it up before my power went out today, but I haven't turned it back on yet, so. It's been spectacular the last few days. Some dwarfy entertainment all around, that's for sure. I feel terrible for all those people that owned property, but somebody who watches this stream actually has family out there. It was a little dull for a little bit there, but then the second spout opened and it's been fabulous ever since. But yeah, no, it's so much. It's like this is the past few months have been the most stress I've ever been under as a broadcaster. It's like Twitch punishes us directly now for taking time off. I mean, we got punished before by our audiences for taking time off. It wasn't our audience's fault, but we did get punished for it before. Because if you take time off and you go away, people forget that you exist freakishly quickly previously. But now it's just, instead of people forgetting that you exist, it's Twitch punishes you by not paying out the difference in sub revenue if you don't stream enough. And it just really, really sucks to have to almost compete with yourself. And then removing auto hosts removes all passive promotion for channels, more or less. So it's like I can't passively gain audience anymore the way I used to. So basically my only format of promotion now is YouTube, and a lot of people who are on YouTube, I ask them to come over to Twitch, and their response is just, how about you come over to YouTube? I'm like, well, I will be bankrupt in 3 months if I did that. So it's just terrifying. Auto hosts don't do anything anymore. So auto hosts still exist, Nerden, but the thing that they changed is this, and I can show you. I'll just pause the game for a second in the background. This is my channel, right here. And close the spoilers page. This is my channel right here. Now, auto hosts used to pop up on this screen next to chat, right? Which is where everybody idles. Now they pop up on this screen. So you actually have to like click on the circle and they pop up here in a little spinning. Actually, here I can show you with my teammate who turned his stream off earlier today. So if I pop over to here, go to Dyer. Okay. This is where auto hosts pop up now. He's auto hosting me, right? But it's not here. It pops up here, right? So also shout out to Dyer, he's great. So this is where it used to pop up, which is where all the users idle. Now it only pops up right here, right? Now this seems fine on the outset. The difference is nobody idles on that screen. Everybody idles on the other screen. So to the vast majority of users, it's a blank screen. Because nobody idles on that screen, I went from getting about 6,000 views a month on my channel from auto hosts. I now get about 50 in a month. So from about 6,000 views a month to about 50 views a month. That's a third of my viewership gone overnight because I've been doing this for so long. That's what I've built my audience on ever since the auto hosting system was added. I've literally built up a network of thousands of channels that host me. But none of them matter now. So that's the frustrating deal that I've been dealing with for a while. There's always dozens of those shitty little live streaming services, but the problem with a lot of those, like DLive has this two weird problems with it. One is white supremacists like to stream on it because they don't ban channels for anything, even racism and other problematic statements. So DLive's a piece of shit. Don't support that website. The second problem with a lot of those streaming platforms is they are so focused on either mobile games or console games. Like Mixer had this problem. Mixer was so focused on the mainstream AAA games. If you were to try to stream Dwarf Fortress on Mixer, they didn't have a directory for it. And it's the same with DLive, and I think it's the same with Trovolo, which is one of the current ones. Caffeine also had that problem. Twitch is the only one that's big enough to actually have directories for the games that I want to play in the first place. So quite literally, a lot of those services are unusable for me. Also, that's literally starting over. So you're throwing out everything you've built to begin with, right? So what's better, right? Taking a foundation of a building and trying to build it back up, or demolishing the foundation, blowing a crater in the ground, and then filling the crater back in to build a new foundation. In my opinion, it's building up from the foundation. So I'm not going to move to another streaming platform because that would be an absolute fucking waste of time and also would probably bankrupt me in a very short period of time. And investments are open. It's up. Oh, you know what the advantage is? I mean, I can absolutely tell you what the advantage is, Nerdin. What do advertisers like? I can answer the question for you. An engaged audience. What kind of audience is idling on a offline channel? A not engaged audience. What is valuable to advertisers? What can Twitch sell to advertisers? An engaged audience. Twitch wants you to be engaged. They don't want to be selling ads to people that aren't actually at their computer. So if half of the audience for certain channels aren't at their computer, those ads are being wasted. Which is why Twitch didn't announce the change, didn't tell anybody about the change, snuck it under the rug on the day when the hate raids were at the absolute peak, and then didn't tell anybody about it and shut it down in the user voice website almost immediately. So the only people that are benefiting from this shit is advertisers. Quite literally. It just, and like this happened, I mean, hold on. Here, I will copy, paste, and screenshot a thing. Because I can't show you this page without breaking terms of my contract. So I'm going to post a screenshot on my Discord and then post a second one. I will just put this in off topic. Okay, close that page. The first picture that I posted is... This is the first picture I posted. This is my average viewers in the last 30 days on Twitch, right? This was the month before the change. But like that should literally explain everything. I haven't had an average that low since before I was partnered. Yeah, nearly a 50% reduction on average. I put up a video on YouTube a couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago now, which was basically, literally was just titled, "I'm extremely worried." And it was just talking about this issue. And I got a nice response from it. I got a bunch of followers on Twitch, and for about a week, the problem almost fixed itself, but we've gone back. It took about 2 weeks. And there are plenty of people that are still here from that. Like, as you said, that video is why you're here. But frankly, like, that video did about as well as I was expecting it to do, which was a stopgap for about a week and a couple new patrons. Shoutouts to those patrons. But long term, it's not really doing much, unfortunately. Yay, Peter! Congrats with the 35 tickets. But yeah, no, it's all good. You're not taking away from the stream. I mean, I respect people like you, Nerdin, I think maybe more than you realize, because I adore what Twitch used to be, and I kind of despise what Twitch has become. Twitch used to just be people streaming weird games for their games community and just having fun and playing games. And now it's just people trying to sell marketing minutes to advertisers. You know, like I got into this shit as a hobby, as some semblance of social life on the outside of playing games, and I think I've always kind of treated it like, you know, if I'm not playing games I enjoy, what's the point? And it's not that it's too commercial, but like I linked a clip in my chat earlier today of one of the highest earning streamers on Twitch, and I won't link it again, but the basic gist of it was about 8 people in a room all drinking vodka, and then one of them in the room says, "Why are you playing?" or asks if the game that's being streamed is a sponsored segment, and then the streamer says no. And then she immediately says, "Well, then why are you playing such a stupid fucking game?" Which also happens to be one of the best games that came out that year, Doki Doki Literature Club. Which is an incredible story about like fucking mental health and trauma, and which has one of the most memorable endings and characters I've ever seen in a video game, and I'm not even a weeb. So like that's a fucking incredible work of art, that game. And at the end of the day, the only thing that people at the top end of this site care about now is whether or not you're actively getting paid by the hour to play the game. Also receiving all the money from subs and tips and bits and all that shit, while you have 4 different ads flashing on the stream. That's all that matters now. It's no longer about playing games that are cool and promoting them. It's no longer about enjoying niche communities. It's just that. Which is why, like, the only thing I still genuinely enjoy about Twitch is my own stream and the few streams that I still watch. The wider side of it is just, unless you're sponsored by Uber Eats and Manscaped and Raid Shadow Legends and getting paid hourly by the game that you're playing, what are you even doing? And I've had opportunities to go down that route, but every time I've pushed away because it's like that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I like promoting cool games. I like the art, the artistic nature of game design. I like talking about games. I like talking to people who make games. Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, you use it as a way of raising money for charity, which is absolutely fucking admirable. You know, like, I was looking at a stat page earlier last month, realizing that I've raised $15,000 for charity in my time streaming. Through that Humble link that's beneath my channel, where you can buy games on Humble. And charity streams I've done, I've raised $15,000 for Charity Water, Doctors Without Borders, and JDRF. By myself. A lot of those bigger channels could be doing so much fucking good if they actually gave a shit. But instead they'd, you know, rather not. I don't know, this shit just makes me feel sick. It's rumors from abroad, eh? Nothing new that I see. Just the same invasions happening year in, year out. No, I know what you mean, but like, does it really matter that you're not? Like, you're still raising money for charity, which is a hell of a lot. You also made FFZ. Verbose. Frankerface Z, which is the plugin that makes Twitch work. Which is the plugin that has all the accessibility features that lets me easily read Twitch chat. Alright, let's go here and do that. But I don't know. At the end of the day, like, I've had this rant a couple of times the last few months. It's like, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm certainly not going to stop creating shit. I just don't really feel like I'm part of the Twitch community anymore. You know, like, if you asked me this in 2017, absolutely. I fucking loved the Twitch community. If you asked me this in 2019, I would have said the exact same thing. I mean, I went to TwitchCon 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Plus all of the Twitch meetups at every single PAX I went to. I loved every bit of this community. And in the last 3 years, it's gone from me loving this community to wondering why it calls itself a fucking community. Why people still refer to it as a community. And I see that note from the hackers that, well, if you even want to call them that, the guys who knew the password to Twitch's servers, who leaked all of the documents and stating that Twitch is a cesspool of terrible communities. And I feel attacked because it's like, you're basically calling my community that, but also I look at it genuinely and go, they're not talking about my community. They're talking about those people at the top. They're not talking about this. This isn't a cesspool. We're all great people, generally. It just kind of hurts in the grand scheme of things. It's like, you get what you foster. You foster something great, you'll get something great. You foster something quiet and polite, and the loud, rude people will rise to the top. You'll never have a chance. So there's no longer any real connection to their audience? The people that I look up to on Twitch have been streaming for a decade, right? The people that I look up to are people like Excessive Profanity and Man vs. Game. And to a degree, people like Co-Carnage. You know, people, Dan's Gaming, Unsanity Live, people who've been at this for a really long time that have been through every single iteration of it. And still come out the other end caring about people like Me JP as well, people like Dodger, people like Jesse Cox, people who come out the other end who look at it, who were doing it for the fucking passion and the love of it initially, and it turned into a job, right? That's the way it was for me, and that's what I respect. But the site's gotten big enough now where you can just go into Twitch and point at it and be like, I want to do that as a job. And if you play your cards right, you can do it. And you will make a lot of money. But you kind of have to sacrifice a lot of things. And one of the things that you need to sacrifice is any semblance of community that you may have had if you didn't go about it that way. So. There are no alternatives. I mean, here's the thing, right? If I was married and had a partner who worked full-time, absolutely, then I could look at alternatives. I am a single dude who lives by himself who doesn't have a traditional job. If I move platforms, I have 6 months until I run out of rent money. There is no other platform that I could build an audience like this for these types of games. There is no other platform that has enough new traffic coming in that I could build on. It doesn't exist. So basically what somebody like me needs to do in order to exist is I need to cover as many platforms as possible. I need to upload to YouTube. I need to stream on Twitch. Those are the two biggest platforms. That would be like me saying, I'm going to stop uploading my videos to YouTube, but check out my videos on Dailymotion, which still exists, by the way. I could just move over to Dailymotion. It's stupid. So, I mean, swapping to a different platform isn't really an option, right? You know? It's just not. It would be like someone deciding that they were going to take an F1 car and race in NASCAR with that F1 car. It's like, well, they won't let you. That's not going to work. It's a slot car, not a constructor's. But on the bright side, I'm almost done with these oopsies. So yay, can start moving on soon. I've got a few more that I need to complete, but we're getting there. I mean, it doesn't matter if people are willing to change the way they watch things. I have enough trouble convincing people to come onto Twitch and watch me stream Dwarf Fortress. Imagine if I was trying to convince them to make an account on DLive. Like, I already have enough trouble with that. And like, what, Facebook? Nah, fuck that. You know, it's funny that you say Total Biscuit, because you know what I was doing last night sideways? There's a YouTube channel called the Co-optional Podcast Archives, which is not monetizing anything, and they've got permission from Jenna Bain, and they're going through and re-uploading every single one of the Game Station podcast episodes and every single one of the Co-optional podcast episodes, including the ones that were deleted, removed, and lost, which was a good number of them, actually, alongside of the Game Station YouTube channel shutting down. But this person went back and collected all of the lost episodes and is putting them up. So I was watching a bunch of old Game Station podcast episodes last night. But, you know, like that, those are the days that I come from. That's the era of the internet that I look back on and go, man, I just wish Twitch was a little bit more like that these days. Yeah, here, I'll grab a link to the YouTube channel. Rest in peace, Total Biscuit John Bain, but... There you go. Yeah, they are uploading like 2 or 3 or 4 a day. They originally uploaded all of the TGS podcasts, which were lost, and now they're just uploading everything. It's going to take them a while, but... Yeah, he was. He definitely was. Ironically, I think if I didn't watch Total Biscuit, I think I probably would be better at just saying fuck it and being one of those people that I talk about disliking. And just going for controversy, making fake drama, and just make money. Keck W. If I hadn't been a fan of Total Biscuit, I think I would have found doing that a lot easier. But the result is I'm just repulsed by it. Always checking the settings first? Yeah. The first thing TB said at the beginning of the episode I was watching last night was, Payday, breaking news, Payday 2 does not have an FOV slider. Or Payday 2's beta does not have an FOV slider. Please fix. Big game broken. 0 out of 10. And you know what? Dwarf Fortress doesn't have an FOV slider. Tarn, please fix. I don't know. Rest in peace, you crazy Brit. You know what's scary to me? Is, I remember the co-optional podcast taking up huge portions of my psyche and time and life when stuff was coming out. I used to always look forward to the next episode, and I would take like 3 days listening to the episodes while I was commuting and everything. Same with the Giant Bombcast. I mean, the Giant Bombcast still operates a huge portion of my psyche, but I've uploaded way more footage than that. And I know for a fact that there are some people that watch at least as much of my stuff that I used to watch of Total Biscuit stuff. If I mean half as much to some of you as Total Biscuit meant to me, holy shit, that is a lot of pressure. So, that's just something that I get to live with in my brain and think about every so often. It's a weird thought. At least when it comes to an hour count wise, I've uploaded a lot of videos. Cheers, Sideways. And also, if I had a penny that for every time someone told me to stop uploading VODs because no one's going to watch them, I'd have at least $1. Maybe 2. A lot of people have told me that over the 2 years I've been uploading VODs now. We are so close to finishing these oopsies. This is taking way longer than I wanted it to. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, that's the lovely part about the VODs, right? Is they're just there, ready to be watched. If somebody wants to watch them. I don't know why anybody would want to rehear this ramble session today, but, you know, frankly, like, that's why those VODs exist. It's something for you to watch if I'm not live and you feel like watching something. It's just there's always something there. It's not like those are going to go away. So... one of my biggest regrets from the early days of streaming, because I've been streaming, I started streaming originally in 2013, right? Like and as of November 17th, I will be getting year 9. November 13th will be finishing year 8 since I did the 1-year challenge, but 7%, yay! At this rate, you'll be done by Sunday. Happy on. Like, I originally started streaming in 2013. And I just think back those 8 years. And my biggest regret is that I didn't archive anything from those days. Like, none of my early days stuff is archived. I wish I did a better job of archiving it those days, but I just didn't. For a very, very, very long time, I just didn't. That's my biggest regret. So I'm just glad that there is an archive of those VODs that people could go watch if they decide to. I'm just happy that people watch them as much as they do. So that Epion can go watch the VOD of Sword of the Stars, The Pit 2, and take notes on what not to do when designing a roguelike. But then again, you guys should all play Epion's game and take notes about what to do when designing a roguelike. Frankly. Maybe not for the most mass market appeal, but definitely for the most satisfying gameplay. Mayor doesn't want nothing, which is nice. He only asked me to make 1 breastplate today, which is cool. Yay. Nope. Okay, someone else got it. Swords of We Are in Alpha, and also Swords of This Developer's Done This Before, and Swords of Will It Ever Be Finished? Question mark. According to their developer posts, they plan to be in early access for 6 months. So that's a lot of patching to do in 6 months. come. All right, so something else I need to do is I need to go up and above this. I think that works out? Good question. That's what I'm wondering out loud, and I've been wondering out loud. Well, I mean, Jupiter Hell won't be done in my mind until you have added the procedural generated destruction and ASCII tile set that you've promised. No pressure, but waiting for both of those features. Then you can call that game done-ish. And then you can start working on expansion content. Can't wait. Oopsies. I have a lever to pull in a minute. What time of year are we in? Midwinter? Ooh. I didn't realize it had been that long. I've been underground for too long. So this is going to be our water reservoir. So what we're going to do is we're going to build kind of a chute down around the side of this into the lower portions of this thing that we are building. I mean, I'm more just like teasing than anything, but I just want procedural destruction. ASCII would more just be kind of cool. Like, realistically, am I going to play the game in ASCII? Eh. I don't know. So this right here is going to be our water reservoir. We're going to run it down the side all the way to this level probably, and then have things shoot out. I never played Link to the Past. Never one of the... Well... Yeah, I did play Link to the Past. What? I'm trying to think which one I missed now. Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. Those were the ones that I missed. Legend of Zelda. Those were good games. So what I need to do is I need this, 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 and that. Dot, dot, dot. What's up, Diamond? Aside from the never mind sorry part, what even happened there? The Legend of Zelda games were always weirdly self-referential in a good way. They always were. Oh, it's all good, Diamond. It is all good. I certainly did not lose power again or anything. Just received an email asking if I got around to posting coverage of a game, and yes, I did, so I have to submit it because their technology doesn't understand the concept of just, you know, tracking. I always forget that terminals requires that. A lot of Oracle of Seasons. I fell off of the Legend of Zelda games, I think, much faster than a lot of people did. I was never a super big fan of the 2D or the 3D Zeldas. Okay, if anything, I liked the... If anything, I liked the 2D games better than the 3D games. But didn't play much of the 2D games, so I guess that's, you know, maybe says a bit. So then the other thing I gotta do is, let's just build around you. Sure, we'll do this out of granite. Not sure how to do this. Don't actually think it matters all that much. This is me taking a break from digging out the bottom half of this whole thing and moving up to the top half of the thing. Enjoy your lurks. Yep, yeah. Goes without saying. There might be a reason. Some people are more partial to 2D games. Some people are more partial to 3D games. I think my problem with Legend of Zelda is I've always enjoyed watching people play Legend of Zelda games. I like watching speedruns of Zelda. I enjoyed watching my ex-girlfriend play Legend of Zelda on our TV. But I've never particularly enjoyed playing Legend of Zelda, and I couldn't really tell you why. It's not a series I've ever enjoyed playing. It's really that simple. Like, I played the ones I had on the Game Boy because they were games that I owned. And, you know, I think everybody's kind of had games like that where it's like, did you like it? Well, yeah, but I liked it because it was a game that I owned that I could play. You know, not necessarily I didn't necessarily like it because it was a game that was incredible that I played a lot of. It was more of a, oh, well, I mean, yeah, I played it because it was there. You know, it's like when you're a kid, you kind of, you make the most of what you get, and that's about it. And that's very much the way it was for me. It was very much it was a game I played because it was there. And I had a few games like that. Legend of Zelda just happened to be one of them. All right, so I need to pull the lever. Well, actually, no, we'll wait. Because otherwise it'll break. Dwarves up here are just socializing. The rest are all digging. But yeah, I estimate this project will take me another 2 or 3 streams, probably. Got a lot of boulders I need to get out of places before I can really start dumping water and stuff and things. Adra, what up? It's good to see you. Legend of Zelda? I mean, Breath of the Wild lets you do that, but the rest of them are all pretty linear. And that's kind of my issue with Zelda, is they just kind of got too linear, and I didn't like the 3D ones, and so no real interest in Breath of the Wild. I'm also not going to ever buy another Nintendo platform, so I probably will just never play another Legend of Zelda. But, you know, it is what it is. Well, yeah. Congrats on the promotion, dude. The, I don't know if you were here, but the Ginger set I got to see, as well as Suicide Silence, was fucking fantastic. Shitty conditions aside, but it was absolutely fucking fantastic getting to see them perform again. Alright, there we go. Finishing up this hollowing out section. Yeah, kind of the plan for this is we're going to set this up to just, like, kind of be a bit of a water cannon that just shoots out and covers as much of the lava as possible. Then we just turn the water on for as much more as is needed. And then we will rinse and repeat and do it again. Not too much more for them to do. They're going to do that, and then they're going to go over here. This is going to get dug down as well. So this part gets dug out now. There goes that. Yeah, excellent. I think I was saying I was going to do you out of granite. You can be a raising bridge that raises up that way. Guess I could theoretically make you a retracting bridge. Let's make you a retracting bridge. There you go. With a lever right next to it, so we know how to turn this thing on and shut it off. Do I literally just have no... I might quite literally have no woodcutters in the fort. That's definitely a real possibility because of how infrequently I chop down trees these days in the fort. Yeah, I think that's the case. Alright, so this goes down to here. Alright, so get those dwarves down there and they can carve that stuff out. So now we have a water spout. And I have another thing that I gotta build. A set of floodgates for. And after that, it's just a matter of filling her. Of course, we still need to cut out the rest of these at the bottom, but we're getting there. And ended up getting into SS13. Ah, yes, SS13. That nightmare. There was a period of time where I tried streaming that game. Or I tried getting into it enough to stream it, but it basically comes down to you have to have your own server. Some communities have managed it. I just prioritized other things. I enjoy that game enough, but I don't enjoy it enough to put thousands of hours into it. Which is what I would need to do in order to make it worth it. It's a neat game, especially if you can find a group to play it with. I just wish that it was a more coherent community. You're saying it made your hair fall out? Well, that's a legitimate reason for me as someone who loves having lots of hair to not want to play it. I love my long flowing locks, and if I got a bald spot, I would be very sad. But yeah, you know, it's a glorious nightmare, just like all those open source and been in development way too long games. There's a few of them. SS13 is one of many. Just one of many. At the end of the day, I'm just happy those games continue to exist so that those people can still enjoy to play them. If someone could figure out how to unify all of the stations and remove a lot of the issues with metagaming, I'd be much more interested in getting into it as a stream thing instead of just like a casual part-time thing. Oh, they've been trying to do that since like 2013, so. I mean, currently on Steam, there's Unity Station and SS14, which is another Unity port attempt. So there's 2 Unity port attempts that I know of right now. Space Station 14 and Unity Station. Both have Steam pages, and both are kind of DOA, as far as I know. But if you ask anybody who's actually involved with the project, they'll say, no, we're working on it. And you know what? I believe you. But I'll believe you when it's, you know, actually being played, and I'm playing it. I believe that you're working on it. I don't believe that it's not dead. Also, Unity is a terrible engine for that sort of thing. So, like I said, I'll believe it when I'm playing it. But till then, I mean, it's a game that's suffering from a fractured community, and that's the problem. Because it's open source and everybody has different versions of the code and different code running on their servers, it becomes an argument of whose code do you port, right? Because the game got fractured so long ago. So then you only end up with a very small group working on it instead of the whole community. If someone could figure out how to unite the entirety of the Space Station 13 community and get them to all work on Unity Station, it would come out. But the problem is everybody wants to do it differently, so. Oh, I know. I'm well aware of that, yeah. I've heard those stories from many locations. Yes, but the people who play on Goon are not the sort of people you want to play games with. That's like saying 4chan has the original photos. Yeah, but do you really want us to associate with anybody on 4chan? Also, Goon will ban you if you stream on it. So, you know, they're not exactly a very welcoming community. Okay, one line of oopsies left. There's the ones in the center, but I don't know if I care that much. Can do those in a later date on a repair project. Which is actually one of the reasons why I'm very thankful that Dwarf Fortress is not open source. But no, I just won't associate with Goon. It's nothing to do with enjoying pain. In order to play a game, it has to be a fun experience, right? And if there are people who desire to make that the least fun experience possible, yeah, I have no interest in playing with you. That's the majority of my experience on Goon. Is let's make this the most unenjoyable, upsetting, annoying, obnoxious, unpleasant experience possible. There is no enjoying pain. It's just, do you want to actively learn to hate this game while you're learning to play it? Play on Goon. Play on Goon. It'd be like learning to play Dwarf Fortress, but only using a tile set that's a picture of your face. Which I did once. It's not pleasant, fun, or a good way to learn the game. So. And also, because so many people dislike Goon, they're never going to work with or share with anybody and actually make that into a... Anyway, I don't want to just rant about SS13. Me ranting about SS13 is a fucking dead horse. Shoutouts to Rust Station. That's all I gotta say. Alright, so this is the last line of oopsies that I have left, I think. Yep, that is the last bit of oopsies that I've got left. Well, all I'll say is that game is doomed to be in development hell forever. Because the community needs to be unified in order for it to ever grow, and that community is fractured and has so many different factions in it that it's just fucking drama left and right and high school bullshit. Up and down. There's very little hope for it. I mean, maybe there's a world where they get their act together and actually, you know, port it to a modern engine and then gain a new player base, but I feel like they don't want it. So they want people to play that game, and they insist they do, but at the same time they make zero effort, zero steps, and zero movements in the direction of actually making improvements to it. So the game will just fade into obscurity over time, unless somebody does something to fix that. And in order to fix that, they need somebody to take control over the code. Like, SS13 is the best example of the worst things that could happen if you make an open source game. So, you know, that's all I really have to say about that. Mostly because it wasn't willingly open sourced and the code was leaked, so. Time of year is it? Late winter? Almost turn that water wheel off. Or not water wheel, the windmill off. So that I can redirect the water. Almost. Well, fuck it, let's just start working on that now. Let's jump up to the surface. Might as well work on multiple things at once. I will have to rebuild the windmill, but that's fine. So no bigs on that. Alright, you, shut down. Your brain lost its thought of what it was going to say. Yeah. Well. Jack, can we get a round of beers? It's been 15 minutes since anybody but Sideways said anything. So shoutouts to Sideways for keeping the conversation going. But if anybody's lurking, just type in the word beer and see how many beers we can get. I'm making a very large obsidian printer. Astronomically large. It only needs to be 2 Z levels tall. I'm making it 10 because it's gaudy. But it's going to be a giant chamber to make obsidian. That's what it's going to be. Because everything in this fortress has to be 10 times bigger than it needs to be because it's Longdeath. So, I mean, I'm keeping this fort alive for 1,000 years in theory. So currently it's this, that fun little rotating pattern. Then this will be a water chamber at the top. I will use the lava in the center to fill up one layer at the bottom, which is going to be down here once we're done digging the thing out. So we'll fill up one layer full of lava, and then we're just going to dump water on it until it's all obsidian, and then we'll drain the water out, and then do it again. Or wait for the water to evaporate, whichever is quicker. And then we will run in here and harvest the obsidian blocks via little tunnels from this layer. And then once we're done harvesting the obsidian blocks, we are then going to move them up to the surface, which is all the way up here, and then we're going to rebuild this entire upper level up here in obsidian, which currently is made out of mudstone and wood. All of those roads and everything, parts of the upper towers, the walls. You enjoying it, Jimmy? It only took you a couple hours. Hell yeah. Glad you were able to fix it. I really, really, really like the soundtrack for that game. Nothing really grabbed me about the actual gameplay itself. Like, I just kind of skipped it. But I do actually listen to that soundtrack off stream while I'm editing pretty frequently. It's a fucking great soundtrack. Thanks, Krekenzig. Yeah, this is, if you're unfamiliar, this is Longdeath. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. So I have time for really dumb projects. So, I mean, rebuilding the entire fortress in obsidian, why not? We got time. So, and theoretically, I could also do multiple layers of obsidian the way I'm building this. So I could fill one layer up, dump water on, drain the excess, fill another layer up with lava, dump the water on, drain the excess, fill another layer up, dump the water on, drain the excess. I hated Loop Hero, so I don't really like the soundtrack, but that's just because I didn't like the game itself. But I realize I'm in the minority of that. Most people very much enjoyed it. All right, the annual tribute has arrived because it is the 1st of spring, beginning the year 327, meaning the fort is 322 years old. I just was disappointed on almost every level with that game. But I chalk it mostly up to taste, you know. The majority of people that I know that played Loop Hero fucking loved it, and I was like the one person who was like, I don't like this game, so I figured that it's just a me problem and not actually a problem with the game. Like, I enjoyed the first, like, 3 hours of it, and then I got into the actual gameplay of it, and it's not for me. I'm glad that game was successful, though. A lot of people really liked it. It's always good to see good games come out that people enjoy. But plenty of games come out every year that I have no interest in, and that was one of them. 10 dog blood. Ugh. But you had to change gear and just loop forever. Yeah, I don't know. My issue with Loop Hero was I didn't feel like I had enough agency over the combat. Which, you know, you're free to have your own opinions on that, but I felt like the game just kind of played itself in not a fun way. So, just wasn't a particularly enjoyable experience for me. How do I do this? Yes, I'm being diplomatic, Squug, but yes. You have absolutely zero agency over the combat. Good for streams? I don't know. A game has to have, like, interesting stuff going on in the game. The only thing that I liked about Loop Hero was the soundtrack. That was the only bit of that game that I liked. It was like a weird auto-playing board game. All right, so we're gonna connect you to that. We're gonna call this Wada Fill, and we're gonna call this one Lava Obsidy. I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot of people enjoy those games. It just was not interesting to me. Just play it while you're playing Cookie Clicker, Squug. Just play it while you're playing Cookie Clicker and you'll enjoy it. It'll be fine. Poker quest? I have this natural dislike of poker because I have this natural dislike of gambling. So I don't think I'd ever be capable of getting into a game like that. Knowing nothing about it, I could almost guarantee you I would never be able to get into it. The elves have arrived to trade. Jack Nurick is linking a building up to a trigger. I just want to pull the lever once he's done. Giving these dwarves a bit of a break from the blink cookie clicker and now loop hero. Well, excellent. I'm glad to be a healthy influence on your gaming habits. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just... All right. Here, read about animal courtship. New ignorance. Read the mountain hame. Kind of giving the dwarves a bit of a break, because they've had pretty consistent heavy workload for a while. Pretty consistent heavy workload for a while. There's one major annoyance I have with card games, and that's all the people who insist that card games are automatically roguelikes now. We've had single-player deck builders as long as Solitaire has existed. Please stop calling them roguelikes. That's my actual, like, annoyance when it comes to card games. Just because I'm petty. But outside of that, I mean... Let's pull the lever. I mean, if you don't breathe, you die in real life. So yeah, I can agree with that. Definitely roguelike material, man. Thank you. See, you're an intelligent adult who understands what a card game is. So many people don't. And it's mind-boggling. Here we go. Excellent. It's just a run-based deck builder. It's just a run-based deck builder. But that's my actual problem with all those card games. And you know, Loop Hero, as much as I don't like it, is a very unique and interesting game. So I'm very happy that game exists. Although there is a game that kind of has a similar-ish looking aesthetic to Loop Hero that I'm very much looking forward to, and very curious about at the very least, is this. This is a game I'm very curious about. It's not coming out for a while, but it's got the same aesthetic as Loop Hero, similar style, except it's just a straight-up party-based RPG. I look at this and I go, ooh, Ultima. So. Curious about this. So there's also a prologue, I think. I'm assuming it's still available. Yes, there is. So you could actually try like the first 30 minutes of it here if you want. So yeah, that is a game that I'm looking forward to and curious about, because it's got such a good look to it. It's got the main thing that grabbed me about Loop Hero was the art style. And it has that art style. So. Inscription do be looking dope though. I think you'd like Inscription. Did you ever play Pony Island, Squug? Dumb name, but did you ever play Pony Island? Fucking stupid name for Pony Island, but gosh, you missed Ultima. That's how I felt the second I saw that video. You never played Pony Island? You'd like Pony Island. You would, if you like games that subvert your expectations, you'd like Pony Island. But that's all I'll say. Actually, there is one thing I will say about Pony Island. I have a USB keychain on my key ring. In that USB chain is a couple things that are connected to me. that, you know, I kind of want to have on me if I die kind of deal. Like, just, you know, some important things to me. There's also a folder from Pony Island on there. A very specific folder. I also have Monica from fucking DDLC on that USB stick. Basically my will, yeah. It's not a legally binding one, but it basically is a will. It's basically just a directional thing of how to find my passwords in my apartment. So people could get into my accounts if they needed to, because I have a password key on another USB stick in my apartment. So if I ever die, people could get into my accounts. But outside of that, I have a couple folders from 2 video games on it, and one of them is a couple from Pony Island. I recommend Pony Island. It's a good video game. It's one of the few games I've played off stream in the past few years. That's the main reason I'm not going to play Inscription. Is because, like, if I were to play it, I would play it off stream. I wouldn't want chat for that one. No offense to you guys, but there are certain types of games that I get to enjoy for me, and you don't need to. And if you finished Pony Island, then you probably know what folder I'm talking about. Anyway, but play Pony Island. It's great. Also probably play Inscription. But don't look at spoilers. Don't look at guides. Just play it. All right. How can I do this? Gemcraft. Never even heard of it. Alright, I think that's everything. You watched all of Pony Island? That's a good Let's Play to watch. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's kind of the given, right? Of course there's more to it. Which is actually kind of funny. I was reading about Inscription, and I found a bunch of posts from people that are actually really mad that Inscription is more than just a card game. I actually found a few people that are like, that were really mad when they when they learned about that. It's like, but like, you should be expecting that with that creator. It's one of his games. Of course it's going to subvert your expectations. And of course it's going to be a trippy mindfuck. And of course it's not going to do what you expect. Oh, wait, are you talking about that? Okay, I think I might know what Gemcraft you're talking about. Just because you say strategy games, I think I know what Gemcraft you're talking about. Yeah. A lot of those Ultimate games are readily available. You know, they should do a 3, 6, and 5 bundle just so they could call it Ultimate 365. Also, a little game that I streamed once is very Ultima-esque. It's also pretty cheap, too. And it's Get Fox. You know, if you ever want to play an Ultima, it's kind of an Ultima. It's more of a sandbox with an Ultima skin, but it's kind of an Ultima. Detective Bacon Muffin is a brilliant username. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence and allowing us to read your username. Because that is a wonderful username. It's up there with Sweet Sparkle Farts and applesauce and ecstatic applesauce shenanigans, which is a very hard username to say. I love good usernames. There's not enough good usernames left on Twitch. A lot of the good ones have been taken. All right, so I'm waiting for this water to drain. It's going to take 10,000 years. And then we wait for you to build that bridge so I can hook it up. All right. Almost done with it. It's taken a while to build because it's a big bridge. Doop-a-doop. There it goes. Wow, that is actually taking forever to build. Quite literally forever. At least it feels like forever. So I'm going to have to do this very carefully in a way that hopefully doesn't kill anybody. But I need to fill this thing up with water. So... we'll actually rename this from Lava City to Wada Whoosh Obsidi. And I gotta make a third lever, which is gonna be to dump lava in here, because I don't actually have a way of just releasing lava into here yet. Probably should have done that first, but... The way I'm going to do this is pretty simple. I'm going to redirect this straight into here. Wait, actually, you know what? Don't do that just yet. But what I would like is a Gabbro floodgate. Excellent! Because that's what I need is a Gabbro floodgate. It's fascinating that we just happen to have a Gabbro floodgate right here. It's almost like I built a bunch of those in advance. I just need to wait for them to bring it in and place it. Did I ever hook you up to anything? Definitely did not. Here comes the Gabbro floodgate. There you go. And I can go up to here. I can hook this last one up to... That's not what I wanted to do. Link this last one up to that. Wait, hold on. With iron mechanisms. Okay, that is good. all magma safe materials. And then we just gotta finish her up. Then we gotta do the bottom half of it still and get all these boulders out of here. But you know, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. And then we will have a way of simply dumping water directly up and over, as well as dumping lava down into here. Because I'm going to... Actually, hold on. Yeah, okay, so I'm basically just going to dump lava straight down here. And that should be fine. Was one of the few old-fashioned games you kept up with over the years. Yeah, I didn't really play a lot of like continual Flash games. I played like the game I think I played the most on any Flash site was on Miniclip, and that would be Trials. I played a ton of Trials and then got into Trials HD and then Trials Evolution and all those other games. That was the one that I really kept up with beyond like just the web-based days. And most of the other ones I fell off of. And what are you doing? Oh, you were collecting your clothing. Ah, poor dwarf. Yeah, I mean, the first few Trials games were brilliant. They definitely suffered in quality as time went on, though. Ubisoft has kind of killed them. Also, this wasn't the web-based days, but I've definitely, and still definitely do, enjoy playing the wondrous nightmare known as Trackmania, which isn't really a web-based game, but that's definitely a games and franchise that I've kept up with. Back when a lot of people were playing a lot of Flash games, I was playing Trackmania, right? Polar Bear Men are the worst? What did they do to you? Did they just show up and beat the shit out of your dwarves? I did a fort a while ago, which would just have zombie wild boars that would show up once or twice a year, and they just like walk through my fortress and kill a bunch of my dwarves every time if I didn't catch them on time. Oh, they steal your stuff? Ah, so they're like the Grey Langers in this fort. Grey Langers used to always try and steal my books, and then I put weapon traps up everywhere. And now they just die when they try and steal my books, and I laugh. And now I just laugh as they pathetically try to take my stuff and generally die in the process. Let's make sure that you do that correctly. And you did, perfect. Let's just make sure this opens. Oh, I'm also big dumb. Forgot to dig out the hole in the bottom. Just like no one expects the Spanish Inquisition, I would assume. Did you not get connected? What? Then what did you, if it wasn't that you got connected to, then what the fuck did you get connected to? Perplex? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Pulled the wrong lever. Yeah. Okay, so that is supposed to be up. That did work as intended. All right, well, you cancel and you get pulled. Literally wrong lever. Literally wrong lever. All right, perfect. Now it's the right lever. So now we channel out this so that we have a way for the lava to go, which is down into the pit. And this layer up above here just needs to be filled in, basically. Yep, and then we can just fully redirect this, and that's what this is going to primarily be used for now. Dog just yawned really loudly, and it sounded kind of funny. All right. Just dig over there so that I can get to this. Satisfied at work? Or at least you like something in your life, Dwarf. Alrighty, chat. So I think we're going to do maybe another 5 minutes of this. Just going to kind of finish up this level. And then I think, if you guys are interested anyway, I'm going to play some of that Dusk demake because it looks like a little bit of fun. So I think we're going to try that out in a couple of minutes here. As I go to drink some of my coffee, because I still have like a cup of coffee left, which is always a good thing. And we'll give it an hour or two, and if it's something that I like, then I will go through and beat all 30 levels, because supposedly it's got 30 levels in it, which means I don't know how long it's going to be, considering the game's $7. I did pay for it, though, so I would like to play it. It's kind of a Chips Challenge-inspired demake of the popular first-person shooter Dusk. Which is a game that I love in theory, but didn't actually enjoy playing all that much. Can be short or long? Is that what you were trying to say instead of short of long? Because I don't know what short of long means. Unless you're saying sort of long with a list, but short of long. What is Dusk? Just go to Steam and type in Dusk. We're going to be playing Dusk 86. Or Dusk 82, Ultimate Edition. Air quotes. Which you get for free if you buy Dusk on the Switch. But I bought it, so. You know, this is really fascinating. The roguelike subreddit more or less attributes the success of Sword of the Stars 1, like Sword of the Stars The Pit 1, to Total Biscuit. And from what I can tell, the people on that subreddit don't really like it all that much, which I think is really interesting. It's okay. Typing sometimes defeats the best of us. I think that's interesting. Yeah, that's kind of fascinating. He did a WTF is of that game. I remember watching the WTF is. So I know that he made it. Okay, so we need, things that we still need to do for this project. We need this water to drain so that I can make the redirect. We need to fill this up with water and get all these boulders out of here. And then we need to finish caving in the bottom of this down to here. So I got 2 more levels of this to cave in. I apparently still have some oopsies to clean up here. But in general, I'd say we're about 70% done building this thing, and then we can start using it. And once we can start using it, then we can start actually making obsidian and rebuilding the fort in obsidian. And we'll have basically an unlimited stone supply, which we can rebuild half the fort in it. Which you know is going to be fun. Because who doesn't like just redoing work they just did? Well, I guess that kind of explains why the Sword of the Stars, the Pit 2, isn't really getting much, if any, love from the wider roguelikes community. That's somehow going to be done in 6 months? Yeah. I don't know. And I remember their other game, Kaiju A Go-Go, also had a WTF is. Which is another game by them. Weird. Alright, let's make sure nobody got stuck down here. I don't think anybody did, but... Nope, nobody got stuck down there. Let's just finish this off. Yeah, another card game. I tried a little bit of Ratopolis and it didn't bite me. Too card gamey. I don't like deck building. That's like kind of, I think, something I've just kind of decided when it comes to modern game mechanics is I don't like deck building. I do not like the process of looking at a set of cards and having to pick 10 or 20 or however many for the game, and then trying to min-max that combination of things. The moment a game makes me deck build, I don't want to play it anymore. Which is unfortunate, because it's like one of the most popular mechanics in, like, especially independent games right now. And I know a lot of people love it. I know a lot of people adore it. I know it's a lot of people's favorite thing, but I don't. And the more of them I play, the less of them I want to play. And the more of them I play, the less I like them. And it's just not for me. So a lot of those games are just like, well, I mean, I'm sure it's great if you're into that sort of thing. You know, when they say fans of the genre will love, you know, that kind of like way of talking. I'm not a fan of the genre, so I will not love it because I'm not a fan of the genre. And it's basically that simple. There we go. And these two. And then deconstruct these stairs. And then that's it for the oopsies, I think. All right, do that. Deconstruct you. And then deconstruct this lower one. And that's it for the oopsie cleanup, methinks. Except for these around this, but I'm just not going to worry about it. Well, we've made some pretty good progress today, I think. Made some pretty good progress. All right, chat. So while this dwarf runs up to the surface, what I will say is I think this is it for Longdeath for today. We will return to this fort on next month. It sounds a lot longer away than it is. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing my other fort, Reigns of Terror, which I will be working on for Halloween stuff. And I will probably play Reigns of Terror on the 30th and the 31st. So Tuesday, which is the 2nd, we will play this fort again. And we will continue working on this big old project. I enjoy the chillness and the zenness of this fort, but you know, it's spooky season, so we have to play spooky fort. So we're going to save Longdeath here on year 327, so 220 or 322 years old. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then we're gonna set up for dusk. So that should be fun. Hopefully it'll be fun, or it'll be boring as shit, and then we won't do it for very long. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna go take a leak.